anyone who is not committed to something is not fit to live. Anyone who is not committed to something is not fit to live. It is always easier to sit on the fence and talk and criticize. And these days there is social media and people will just turn to the social media. They are just sitting there. They won't work, fix their country, fix their church, fix their family. The only thing they will not fix is their mouth. I'll tell you something. Seriously, I'll tell you this. There are different ways of organizing a country. One is a socialist system, the other one is another capitalist system. In the socialist system, they give almost all the authority to government, and so government alone must fix it. In the capitalist system, I mean, every individual has his own authority and power to do their thing. In a third world like Africa, in all the African countries, the best bet for us is to have a hybrid. A bit of this and a bit of that. So no government can fix the country alone. It will not happen. People must get up and work and stop being lazy and work. On the other hand, governments cannot just sit there and take our money and chop the money. They must use the money to fix the country better. We need a hybrid. We need a hybrid. We need both. But one thing I don't want to happen is for young men and women in this country, and you can kill me for this, for young and the two come together, and somebody will make you sick. But alive.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Project and look at the CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, Radio Program of the Year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Let me come, ladies and gentlemen.
The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the radio program of the year 2020.
Asempa FM Ekosiisen asonyinati sa platform media se unyana betna subia na Fabi Broni, it's a privilege and an honor na yamu be so part of the inception of this particular platform Shasi Ache and no answer na Shasi, and we thank you for maintaining that credibility when it comes to delivery of more program.
Presenting the award for the political program of the year, radio, going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year, radio. Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
We wish you well. We wish you well. Thank you so much for.
Thank you too. Thank you too. Nyamisha, you are also doing very well. We are also very, very proud of you. Very intelligent journalist. But one-on-one with Obi, as I said, will prepare. He knows how to pass all kinds of corners to get what he wants. And Kososa, we are proud of you.
The Honorable Samuel Okujeto Blakwa and Moten and Kano.
This is a program that I don't miss. It's on radio. It's on Asempa Radio. It's by Obi, our friend Obi. I like Obi's program because Obi has a way of doing the questions. When he's asking his guests the questions, this afternoon he was interviewing Apo and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And when Obi is asking the questions, he has a very innocent way of putting what appears to be a very difficult question. And I think that his interviewees always enjoy it. And that 2:00 political program on Asempa is one of my best, almost every afternoon. I'm watching it.
Samuel Atachi, Honorable Minister in charge of Works and Housing, Member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South.
Time I have that. If I have any aje. Na any man that ho never to accommodate so. Minimum set Ghana da wakoma so. Sounds when da makoma so. Nti ehwe na o man impeja.
Dr. Michael Bwedi Nyameche oye sofo oye trainee wo mo amunim UPSA University of Professional Studies Accra or graduate school wa being seja enti doc abekansa was a business consultant doc akwaba official panso
Obi me Joso that was official pa to you. You look well though.
Oh really?
You look very well. I think your wife has been taking very good care of you. I have to send my hamper to her. She has been doing the trick. But ma Obi awo oti Asempa bia woni wa pamfo any etiefo ahwefo on Facebook, all the social media platforms. Ma Obi official pa. Welcome to a glorious 2024.
Me continue na me cheki ho muyi anza me free mako be go fra mako
e be sia ba be din komo bio why
yo the flow say
me din your say Bonsu
Bonsu
who me now friend me Obi ameje so why
ina zo ni Obi amo anenam
Chairman Medase pa Chairman Kutin Central Regional Chairman Hedima MPP hey Chairman Kutin do be kunipa o wow. Oh okay, it is a Ghana Nibia 8 year the person should not be confused about separate identities no.
Oh na internet no crown so obo media and I show me Wikipedia or some recognizing me as Freedom Jacob Caesar. Okay. Okay. No, and I make an acquaintance say Jay-Z.
Sean Carter.
Check it. Wikipedia is here or connected the two. Until you almost how a nipa ebodino. No, mudi combining and no more search engine.
Oh, okay. It means that Cheddar and a Nicky, no, and
a nickname. I just say Obi. See what they will cast Cheddar Namaka Obi.
Oh, okay. Wow. Lawyer Andre Japamesa, a member of Parliament for the Second constituency. Honorable Akwabana, apom to them.
Yamuni being Adumarako.
Wache kaka.
Papa.
Okay.
Adumarako kaka.
Fantastic.
Papa. I'm going to studio ha.
Oh, the
whole of 2023, Mumbaha, and I believe couple of months before the year ended, so Mamba. But it's always good to be here. Now monitor Papa so. Why I read the messages?
Read.
Obi no kwere ba ko Asempa FM me radio ti bia mo bia o se utim de to Asempa FM ena minim se nipa bebre o mo nim Asempa de ebutu a bichimato me wo Ghana hanko ade a ebutu a na mo nka me de beto Asempa me wo ni ada pata o na me de beto bo amanane a Ghana time 2 o'clock me de beto
openness, I think that this shouldn't be a problem at all.
Mida itself should come out, yes.
Yeah, Mida should tell us, this is a shareholding structure. Indigenous Ghanaians only maybe X percentage, and the Philippines they only Y percentage. And I think that should settle this matter.
Honorable, it's always a pleasure talking to you. May that's a powerful for your time.
What be, and
the Honorable John Jinapon, the attending cannot.
That's not Mefa Kunya was so incha a tifonina or muti Ekosiisen, Jumedino. Na, but almost was because Asempa, Asempa, also if it tifo, and then me did yourself a gun of Fanina, Ubia radio, Eda, I would see none, Juma Pamaye. But I premise I'm renting. Remember some money, my phone penny.
Dodo na obi na eba Ekosiisen so a kawo no nke ofufro pa supreme ho a kawo ye el chamano so kan na Ekosiisen so de yero na mposa wo no ese Ekosi inti yebo mabaso yes the good the bad and the ugly obetini na so Ekosiisen na niema miensa na mode ye adwuma eba radio to inform, to educate and entertain. The same I am a kind of name maybe more bono, more year program, more political program, more something. And now come on, station a war, a year gonja and a program with Yabonra. And I come on, pay a war, a year man pusia, and come on, Nairi program. Now, see, a number one kind idea. Ekosiisen
Nice one. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Monche ye ye politicians there, ye they are no yet there. Honestly, and tokwa isi wo Ghana nyina na amansani nyina nye obi ana dibo. Niema mienu. Ohia any politicians. Asemba kwa beka o tekrema so no e chense kan. I want to tell you, do your politics well. Don't let politicians deceive you. Muhu ya se wo no wan ye gi achinji a yen kuntokwa o. Ye wi a ye frustro a konum ti nam ne ye wi. Mu ana moko. Me catch them on Okwari. There are people here. And Omuhumia, Omusi Omutiase. Osafu Mafu or Himpa, and MPP. Ninu Kuma Ajemafu or NDC. Shelia Ite or NDC, no a minister. Ninu Penny Professor Ite or MPP. NDC lawyer Larry Ajeti or NDC. Ne Papa Waka Baby Peter Lajeti or MPP. Samuel Jinapo or Himpa or MPP, Ninu Penny John Jinapo or NDC. Me and me Jina Hay, me or MPP, Ninu Penny Kamara or NDC. Ye fear Dako, one on Bedako. Me Martina, me Jina, me catch them on me who opposition down. Me party the our co-opposition, but me Kasakasa me co-opposition. Look, one minute you want. Look, me who opposition da. Me party MPP are co-opposition.
Feeling sad. Only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa. Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM. So ni Ekosiisen Jumedie no asuguso a utie no ehaya Asempa FM. Meaning you say Bonsu. And we have an exciting package coming up. It's a Monday afternoon, the 19th day of February 2024. Yene Esla Owusu Ekufo, Minister in charge of communications, Bedin Komo, and ye discussion segment no ye de betwa mosu yebenya Kofi Tonto ewa ha yebenya Atik Mohammed Oha na lawyer Chumbere Manso abeka yensa ewo studio ha. But before all of that no ye de mobeko NDC headquarters ewa Dabraka eho ena the National Communications Officer Sami Jemfi Esquire, the Moment of Truth series, the first for the year 2024 or the year to joy fa ye bar ye de aka na ebeto amo. So you want to stay with us na yenkonko tie lawyer Samijemfi ye bar ye to us. So Ekosiisen so stay here.
On Onua TV, we are live on 3 FM, and we are live on Onua FM. We are most grateful to all these media partners for giving us live coverage for this very important press conference. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent weeks, we have keenly followed ongoing proceedings of the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament on the report of the Auditor General on public boards, corporations, and statutory bodies for the year ended 31st December 2022. The ongoing Public Accounts Committee hearings have brought to the fore some very disturbing issues that border on corruption and abuse of public funds by certain state institutions. Of particular interest to us is the latest revelation about the colossal expenditure made by the Minerals Income Investment Fund, MIF, on the botched Ejapa royalties deal. Ladies and gentlemen, during the committee's consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of MIF for the period ended 31st December 2022, the Chief Executive Officer of MIF, one Edward Nana Yao-Cranton, disclosed that a humongous amount of $12 million, equivalent to 153 million Ghana cedis, which is equivalent to 1.5 trillion old Ghana cedis, was spent on the aborted, or should I say stillborn, Ejapa royalties scam. Ladies and gentlemen, during the committee's consideration of the report, the CEO of MIF stated that this colossal amount was spent on the setting up of the Ejapa SPV, the payment of so-called consultancy fees, and the rental of office space, and the processes leading to the initial public offering towards the listing of Ejapa royalties on the London Stock Exchange. This is what they claim to have spent: 153 million cedis, equivalent to 1.5 trillion old Ghana cedis on. The Ghanaian public was taken aback by these disclosures, which add to the never-ending list of corruption scandals that have plagued the nation under the watch of President Akufo-Addo and his corrupt protege, Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia. For us in the National Democratic Congress, this disclosure does not come as a surprise. We are on record to have stated times without number that the Ejapa royalties deal was yet another phony scheme cooked by the corrupt Akufo-Addo Bawumia government for the sole purpose of appropriating the mineral royalties of the country for themselves in perpetuity. Ghanaians would recall that during the intense public debate on the infamous Ejapa deal, the NDC took a principled position to stand with the people of Ghana. We kicked against the whole Ejapa arrangement on grounds that the country's mineral royalties had been grossly undervalued under the opaque deal, and that same was going to deny future governments and generations mineral revenues for development. Consequently, the NDC minority caucus in Parliament staged a walkout when the Ejapa deal was presented to Parliament for approval. Sadly, but unsurprisingly, the corrupt ruling New Patriotic Party used their numbers in Parliament to approve the sleazy Ejapa deal. in spite of the huge public outcry over the lack of value for money surrounding the deal. The flag bearer of the NDC and inshallah, the incoming president of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, vowed at the time to cancel the fraudulent Ejapa royalties deal if he won the 2020 general elections, a position that has not changed. Several civil society organizations, including Imani, ISODEC, PIAC, the Ghana Integrity Initiative, IDEC, ISEPA, ASEP, among others, kicked against this ripoff called Ejapa, based on sound arguments and alternative proposals, all of which were ignored by the corrupt and nepotistic Akufo-Addo Bawumia governments, who were hell-bent on stealing our mineral royalties. Subsequently, the Office of the Special Prosecutor established in its corruption risk assessment reports that the Ejapa deal was fraught with procurement rigging, statutory breaches, potential money laundering, and inimical to the national interest. Eventually, the chilling details of these reports, coupled with sustained pressure from the National Democratic Congress and civil society, compelled the president to shamefully beat a retreat and refer the deal, which he had already given executive approval for, back to Parliament for reconsideration, pending the 2020 general elections. My brothers and sisters, throughout our struggle against this Ejapa heist, we never knew and never imagined that the ruling MPP had spent a staggering $12 million equivalent to 153 million Ghana cedis on this deal. With each passing day, and as the clock ticks to the 7th December 2024 elections, for Ghanaians to kick this irredeemably corrupt government out of office, the countless skeletons in their closet of corruption keep unfolding before our very eyes. These are indeed sad times for the people of Ghana. We in the NDC are completely appalled by the decision of this corrupt government to spend this colossal amount of money on the Ejapa scam, which never saw the light of day. It is unconscionable and, in fact, the height of cruelty that the government of President Akufo-Addo and Alhaji Bawumia engage in this naked thievery and brazen abuse of the public purse at a time, ladies and gentlemen, that our country was battling the dreaded COVID-19 pandemic, and Ghanaians were already reeling under excruciating hardships. Friends from the media, not even COVID could stop our friends in the MPP from stealing from the people of this country and the suffering masses under the guise of this stinking Ejapa deal. As you may recall, the OSP established beyond every reasonable doubt that the Ejapa deal violated the Public Procurement Law, the Public Financial Management Act, and the 1992 Constitution of Ghana, and therefore the entire transaction was null, void, and of no effect. The most startling revelation of the OSP in its corruption risk assessment report on the Ejapa scam was the fact that some illegal payments were made to certain entities under the deal. These entities included Databank, a company which was founded and is still owned by Ken Oforiatta, cousin of President Akufo-Addo, the immediate past finance minister, who has been promoted to the position of Senior Presidential Advisor on the Economy and Special Envoy on International Investments and the Capital Markets. The OSP also found similar illegal payments were made to African Legal Associates, a law firm belonging to Gabi Ochredakun. cousin of President Akufo-Addo, who today says he has resigned from Ghana's politics. Ladies and gentlemen, all these payments were found by the OSP to be unlawful, hence null and void. Yet till date, these payments, which did not benefit the country in any way or provide any value to the country, have not been retrieved by the state. These are indeed sad times for the people of Ghana. My brothers and sisters, we all know what good this gargantuan amount of money we are talking about, which is equivalent, like I said, to 153 million cedis and 1.5 trillion old Ghana cedis, could have achieved in Ghana's bankrupt economy if it had been put to judicious use. This money could have sufficed to pay the cost of several months of treatment for all kidney patients in Ghana, 19 of whom died painfully following the shameful closure of the Kolebu renal unit over government's 4 million Ghana cedis indebtedness. We could not get 4 million Ghana cedis to clear the debt at the renal unit at Kolebu, for which reason that whole unit was shut down for months, leading to the avoidable deaths of 19 kidney patients. Why? Because we didn't have 4 million Ghana cedis. Yet we have wasted 153 million cedis on a deal that never materialized, a deal that was aborted owing to our vigilance. Ladies and gentlemen, again, the colossal amount of money we are talking about could have been used to provide childhood vaccines to protect innocent babies from dying from childhood diseases due to the shortage of essential vaccines. You were all in this country not too long ago where we recorded shortages of childhood vaccines, and children died in this country because government said they didn't have money. They had to take our neighbors Nigeria to loan us vaccines before we could save and protect our own children. Yet, this government can waste and misappropriate 153 million Ghana cedis of taxpayers' money. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the amount of money we are talking about, if you don't know, could have procured textbooks for basic school children who have gone 5 years without curricular-based textbooks after the introduction of a new curriculum. Again, this $12 million we are talking about, this money that we have lost to sheer greed, selfishness, and corruption, could have paid our lives today. 3,000 drink cyanide-polluted water country. Sadly, but very characteristic of the corrupt and nepotistic Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, they have distributed all this money among themselves under the guise of expenditure on an aborted, stillborn Ejapa scam. We are totally disgusted, and I believe you are too, by this wanton dissipation of public funds on a needless and useless venture by a government that rode on the back of an anti-corruption campaign into office with a promise to protect the public purse. My brothers and sisters, where did we go wrong? What crime have we committed to deserve this kind of treatment from our own leaders? Why are we being subjected to a constant abuse of our meager state resources by the ruling MPP government? At a time, many cannot even afford 1 square meal a day. At a time, our nation is faced with economic bankruptcy, marked by debt default, an all-time high unemployment rate, high interest rates, the highest in Africa, high inflation rates, and unprecedented socio-economic hardships. Then it is about dubious payment of $2 million for a phantom SkyTrain project, which never saw the light of day. From the PDS thievery, orchestrated by Alhaji Bawumia, to the unconscionable Ameri Innovation deal, all the way to the stinky SML scandal, this government has been relentless in their greedy pursuit to fleece the state coffers. Ghanaians have had enough of this Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration, which has earned the dubious distinction and reputation as the most corrupt government in the history of Ghana. Today, Ghanaians are suffering because the meager resources of the country, which are supposed to be put to judicious use for the benefit of all Ghanaians, have been hijacked by a select few. This is why today students are suffering, teachers are suffering, nurses are suffering, doctors are suffering, market women are suffering, drivers are suffering, mates are suffering, Okada riders are suffering, engineers are suffering, pastors are suffering, church members are suffering, journalists are suffering, spare parts dealers are suffering, women are suffering, men are suffering, boys are suffering, girls are suffering, children are suffering, and all of us are suffering. We are suffering because of the unprecedented corruption we are witnessing under the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government. It is as simple as that. The Japan scam, ladies and gentlemen, clearly amounts to willfully causing financial loss to the state. And the culprits must not go unpunished. I want to repeat this for emphasis. Fellow countrymen and women, the Japan scam clearly amounts to willfully causing financial loss to the state. And the culprits of same must not go unpunished. We in the NDC and all well-meaning Ghanaians repose huge trust and confidence in the nation builder, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to pursue and retrieve for the state public funds that have been lost to looting schemes such as this stinking Ejapa scandal, the PDS scandal, the Bosgate scandal, and other acts of naked thievery by officials of the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government and their party apparatchiks. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has demonstrated, both in government and out of government, that he detests corruption and will never condone corruption, nor shield the perpetrators of corrupt acts. He has stated clearly that the days of the corruption clearing agents will officially come to an end come 7th January 2025, when by the grace of God, the people of Ghana, he assumes office as president. He has said and demonstrated before that the sword of the fight against corruption will cut both ways under his government, no matter whose ox is God, whether you belong to his government or not. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, same cannot be said about our main opponents in the upcoming 2024 general elections. I am talking about Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia, the failed vice president and chair of the economic management team, the clueless driver's mate, and the discredited flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, who has proven to be not only dishonest, but very corrupt. This is the man who orchestrated the stinky PDS scandal by deliberately and illegally relaxing the condition precedent of a bank guarantee, thereby aiding PDS to defraud Ghanaians to the tune of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis in electricity tariffs alone. According to the Institute of Economic Affairs, IEA, Ghana lost a whopping $2 billion from this scandal which was orchestrated by Bawumia alone. Again, this is the man who was named in the announced number 12 investigations and fingered in the Galamsey economy documentary by Kwesi Nyantechi and Charles Adubuayin, respectively, as a collector, arranger, fixer, and receiver of appearance fees, also known as bribes. There's a man who attempted to steal 10 containers of rice belonging to a Ghanaian businessman for Ramadan donations through his director of administration, Ekosiise. As we speak, the said director of administration is being prosecuted by the Office of Special Prosecutor, yet he still works with the Office of the Vice President. There's a man who continues to lie through his teeth to Ghanaians without any restraint or shame. And I can go on and on and on. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, the fact is simple. The appearance fee merchant Bawumia cannot be trusted to fight corruption because he is himself corrupt. The only way Ghanaians can get to the bottom of the litany of corruption acts and scandals involving officials of this government, including Bawumia himself, is for the good people of Ghana to resoundingly boot the MPP out of office on 7 December 2024. In so doing, our surest bet of exacting genuine accountability will be to vote overwhelmingly for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the NDC to enable us pursue true accountability, which has been missing in our national affairs in the last 7 to 8 years. My brothers and sisters, I stand here with the full blessing of the next President of the Republic of Ghana, Inshallah, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to inform you, and by extension the good people of Ghana, that the next NDC government will investigate the stinky $12 million Ejapa scandal, retrieve all illegal payments made under same, and ensure that all the perpetrators are prosecuted. The day of accountability and reckoning is fast approaching, and no one found culpable will be left off the hook by the next NDC Mahama government. This is a solemn pledge and our charge to keep when, by the grace of God and the good people of Ghana, the NDC assumes the reins of government in 2025. We call on the Ghanaian electorate not to allow President Akufo-Addo and his corrupt cabal of family and friends install as president their puppet, Alhaji Bawumia, whose sole mission is to cover up the many ills of this remarkably corrupt administration and insulate wrongdoers, including himself, from prosecution and punishment. We are absolutely confident in the Ghanaian people to rise to the occasion and reject corruption, reject nepotism, reject impunity, reject arrogance of power, reject economic mismanagement. Come 7th December 2024. Enough of the corruption, enough of the thievery, enough of the abuse of the public purse, which continues to impose untold hardships and suffering on the entire nation. Enough is enough. Thank you for your attention, and thanks for coming, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, let me do it. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, as the custom is, I did this English presentation, I believe, in about 30 minutes, but I will try and use 10-15 minutes to summarize the presentation in the Twi dialect for the benefit of the account stations who are streaming this press conference live. When we are done and you still have questions, we will give you the opportunity to answer that. Thank you for your understanding. Abusuafo a yɛhyia yɛda mu nyina mo ase sɛ yɛto yɛn nsa frɛ mu mmerɛ tia wɔ maba asem eho a ode ne krata ekoja won no omo ene impenyufo a ewo Mineral Income Investment Fund MIF for edinkita ho about the 2022 Auditor General report wa ababeto parliament for enim na emra ye toto opanyimpa a odeda saa adwumayeko ya no yi ye toto na no mrahye bedwafo ewo Public Accounts Committee su bisa na se ora eye ejapa deal na aban hyehye se ode ba be ye adwuma amaso no anye bia sika sen na oman no asen wo ho ora no bie na no a o se sika nko o ma sen wo sa ejapa deal ne ho no eye kwasi broni America sika no $12 million o de bay na Ghana sika ni mu a opepe ohadronum miensa 153 million cedis na de quantity sika ni mu a eya opepepepe ohadronum miensa ne akire chise sika nko a aban ne se ejapa deal na akurase makamenweye deal na amaso a Ghana fo ye nya so mfaso bia no e ka nko o mabɔ no ho no no sa asɛm wei ɛyɛ awerɛhosɛm kɛseɛ ɛyɛ asɛm a ehu ye NDC fo de abɔ ye pusa esan sɛ asɛm yi start ye de ani di akyire egina ma ɔman no koma ɔman no ye ne civil society organizations bebree ye Ghana fo ɛne aban te aseɛ sɛ sa deal na ɛnyɛ ejapa deal ɛyɛ ejabɔne deal esan sɛ nipa kakra bi a wa ban ni mu na afa kuntura ase ne fakadam kwan so sɛ ɔman no ya gudi a onyame de akyɛ yɛn fam wa gudi ti sɛ gold ya bauxite ya manganese aban bi aba na wa baba abegege hu sika kakra na ɔde ayɛ ɔman ni yie no saa MPP fo yi afa fakadam kwan so ɔmpɛ sɛ ɔmo gege sika ni nyina carry forward na ɔmo di sika ne nɛ na ɔmo ne ɔmo busuafo fa na nkyirima bɛba no na ye gold na ɛhyɛ fam no yatɔn ye bauxite no yaton manganese no yaton sika no so a ye di ejapa no na se kire nyina no no enti ye ka se ye nti ase da ye ho press conferences empo asemi koto mrahye bedwam ye mrahye bedwafo e wo ho sa mre no ye wuraharo na dusu na da wona no omo bogu ye eto abetia ye ba se na mu nyina mu nim ya anom no omo sinkete se omo bebo man no kro no a omo de hu nya omo hu wo ye de nkra omo beye enti omo dɔɔso kyɛn ye enti they approve the deal na mo be kaya ye gusu ye deda ma special prosecutor no o sa amre no Martin Amidu o ye na adwen so be hwehwe asɛm ni mo o don nsɛm ni mo asuko no o de beto abonten sɛ the NDC ne civil society organizations e ka no e no kura trodo na sɛ wo hwɛ ejapa ni mu yi a procurement emra yetiatia so ye emra efa ye constitution ye sikasa mu nyina yetiatia so enti de omo ye ne ye dream katahyehyɛ ne proye in fact se Ghana fo be kaya eye se japa deal we enti na Martin Amidu resign ye eye japa deal we no kopa ahontoma akufu ado ma ne pressure oni bawomi a o se adwuma no kra wonye biem wagyae because omo pɛ na ku no ma ne be ka kyerɛ yen se akufu ado ye wo maame wo primary maame mother serpent of corruption yes asem we ya enti Martin Amidu de ne report ba ye no o man penya kufu adoje ne ho enye because wo hu ze mra no adi no ana o se we die akurase maka menwe ye enti matwe asensa yenkoto 2020 abamra na ban ebehu de obeye afa ho e de yen ka bi nhiem yen tehwe ya anwe ho da se ade a nko mo peso mo ya ma mo kwa ma mo anye no ombe baba be ka kire ekwansi ma se o ma bo ho ka 153 million cedis equivalent to 1.5 trillion ni enim da kopem se Auditor General's report equal parliament na mo be ka ya sikai Martin Amidu adi kan ya me hu se eye nipa binum wa ban we mu a omo ne omampanya Kufuado ne bawomia wa pam ena sa sika yakwa akodi omo ansa na asem we beto abonten kura no no waka kire nse sika ni bi ye de ama African Legal Association eye omampanya Kufuado ne ma menuaba Gabi Ochredako ne law firm ne ye de sika ni bi so ama Ken Kuntunkunku Oforiata former finance minister and also Kufuado ma menuaba the company are from data bank so mo your transaction advisors abra sa company si nyina no omo ni contract papa bia edim wo mbrem na che se na nyina so papa bia ni wa ewo hwa e wo senka ye gina so e de aban sika titiri die sa e de ma wo ene omo nkyere de omo de sa sika nyina ya omo se omo de tua consultancy fees omo se omo de rented dan abusuan for 153 million cedis ya de rented dan ya de high dan oma disika no asɛ ne kwa oma chesika no e de ama wo mo na ye de ya asɛm a ye ka ne sɛ enne sɛ wo hwɛ ebra ye wom ahokyera ye wom konana ye wom nipa ebre wo mayimu emu nurses emu a doctorfo emu a teacherfo emu nsemtwofo emu asofo enkoda mmabunu ene de keka ho a yebra ho kyira ye kom adwuma ye nya bi nye sika ye ne ye botom nyina ya de baako eye krono kata hyehye pro ye ne dwirima ekoso no because sika was ye de oman ni ye emede ye yo ahoto ebre ye nyina no omampenya Kufuado no nabusuafo kakra bi bawomia ne nabusuafo kakra bi agi sika na kentanso enu nti ne ye ebre no because sika o ma fei 153 million cedis enye sika ketwa abusuafo o pepepepe ahado nu miensa ne akire se ufa sa sika we na wo se kidney patients I wo Ghana nyina ai na omuntu bi ntua dialysis fees e wo kolebu udi tua o mu nyina fees amom wo betimi de tua o mu nyina fees bro afe wo bi de be free kidney treatment for Ghana for wo sa yade ni nyina enne enkodan ketenkete a enche ekra ne yenya vaccines emma wo mo se yade be bo mo ho ban afri ntenchem ne childhood diseases enkra mofra yare no ebetimi atosa nro ni nyina ba bebiri aka sa sikei ye mofra wo suku mu a ene wege mpo ye se nkra de da form because empani ho basic schools nkra titi nuase 5 years in the basic schools in fact yeah the new curriculum aba and so you nya sika to textbooks e man koda e be den ye mofrey ababa be yempanyimpa and ye see adwuma ni ho ti napkofuo ye de omoka 9 months ye ntimi ntua omotifie be si ne sika ike betimi de bia adwuma mo manya bia ye national service for oma ye adwuma besa bosome nan ye kobosome num ni ye ntua omoka omala wa kakra bi na ye be say less than 1000 cedis impo ye nya sika ye betua teacher training allowances ye ntua nursing training allowances omoka aso mo betua ye ntua oka bibia aban sika ni ho ena nipa etimi hwere omo nkwa because say ya to kolebu renal unit mu ya say aban di kolebu ka 4 million aban timi ntua but we can waste 153 million on corruption bone ben ye de ya Kufuado ne bawomia bone ben ye de ya omo se Ghana eya Kufuado ono na japade a Ghana ye bawomia nka se japade a nka wo befa 153 million cedis we dia se ne kwa ye bisa wa wo se wo dia hindan wo dia tua consultancy fees for ade a wa ya eso amanfa so ama Ghana fo bia sa corruption scandal we bin si Ghana bakosem da na minimum man a e wo wiase a obi betumi aye sa ade we afa ne ho adi na na de ye ka ne se de omaye no omama Ghana hwiri sika titiri die eye krono kese we e chen am robbery krono kese e no mo de aba oman no na sika no mafa no eye nipa nkwa no mafa because sika nke ebetumi de asi hospitals e de asa nipa yade no uwi a wo chen wudi ni kura sika ebetumi de ayo oman ne uwi a wo chen am robber enu ti ye de The Yejina ha can say this is a case of willfully causing financial loss to the state. Na nyadia omefa omohuedi. Yewura yade nyina. Impuntu nyuma wura His Excellency John Dramani Mahama say yemo Ghana fo amane na obi ante. Titru Alhaji Bawumia. Say inshallah oba na okita na ketua debre ubia. Sika no mafa no yebeye mu hwehwemu. Baby Ashebia yebeje di ama oman no. They will not get away with 1 pesewa of this money. Mark my words. We will retrieve the monies near the 24-hour economy. You better retrieve this ikano near the national apprenticeship program. I'm a Ghana for Mupensa Nyuma, or Momupe Nyuma, and Yebiaye. That is what the NDC stands for. In Tebusian for Yadamwa Sesamaba. Now the Eke chat to say, you Ramahama and Kwan bit Yakasa say you. Because or no or see our yo. And a catastrophe proya so dear. Ne you Ramahama and Nipakebia. Moamunim or walk on your swore. None a second who for no trouble and cum chenifa. And Randy Dua a due on Casawa and the party ninti wa cleo. Or no your corruption clearing agents. Into your mamma clear will be a. They said you're not here conya swa. Corruption standards a CAB or Sherman remove also. My judge says he can in Ama or minor. My idea so train my pama or more. No more this answer no phone. This time around, he will not shield anybody. Na Moamun himself panadia. Jack Toronto Niaketuano. And Yadia no the over to Miaka BBC. Because ono katajene proyeno. Ne nine sim, ne nsa sim, nanu sim, nafu sim, and the to soya day isim. Alhaji Bawumia asem ne ken. Ono na omampenye kufu ado no katajene proye duane na ye de man no mane kwachichema ministers no. Enti ono on to me in case of fight corruption. Because or you're very corrupt. Mo angaza mu ni PDS. Eti kromwa na Bawumia kofa Africa damfo bi. Mo de fake documents ebeji ECG bosso. JJ light bills in 1.5 billion cedis. Besinne the light bills ne biane meka kana fonsa. Alhaji Bawumia ntimi nye wonhwe. The same Bawumia mo bekai. Anas Irimi ya wanas koye galamse economy wiwemu yeche Minister of State Charles Adubuahe. Say okase Bawumia de oprobi oje bribe or presidency class captain. The bribe no so onye ni cedis or the dollars $200,000 appearance fee. And on ama cedi no kra na ni ahoden no. Abusianfo another documentary here koye ya by the same Anas a mampenye kufuado position o ka so the principal be ko eti akata jeje ne proye. Na yasan so achi Bawumia nyantachi say ono so Bawumia de ope bribe pa. The same Bawumia and then the dean for a rice master. Esan say businessman bia or then more about my Ghana 10 containers of lily rice. Our pots. Yes, say wa ma me yi this is 8 days. And inti wa start say ya won krata say ma kotua hu duty akoje ne mo. Onkonko hwe a owura Bawumia office atre letter ba say mo no o mampanyi abedi eche Bawumia hia o de kwa akoye achiriwia donation Ramadan donation. Abusiafo unsuru ala kronwa de ye de ya doye for Ramadan. Haram kesiye se abusiafo. Yeso omumu amuso na Bawumia ni mo hwe na letter no abrantie bi won the office kekose o na twerɛ ne director of administration. Asema mi ke no kreto do wa di nwachi nya bia gugu wo behu. Me no ka say special prosecutor gina court wa all prosecutors are branch ye di na sem de den. Abrantie no so ye Kristo ni so de o de Ramadan mo ye de. Enti si den Bawumia be ka say Kristo ni na ehia mo no. Abrasa mre no na ye di Ramadan. Na abusuafo muntie ni ye o say abrantie na nkasa na ewia ne mo a. Say Kristo ni o wia mo akocha ma Ramadan fo a. Identity till date Bawumia a wagu nanimu ase oda so ni owura ne ye adwuma wo ne office imprimprin ya ye kese adentia benyufo se opanyi ntire fie ma sefu amfo and opinion or tenfia mam of Raven and Ganya Bunankarefua or Kaho. The entia on to me country in Branty and they say, when him say, oh, yeah, a Branty and a betenito. Because we and say, ye Bunankarefo or Kamo Keke, or no one can send a Suma and a Sonkoyan or Aquakoye. So this is a man who cannot fight corruption because he is himself corrupt. John Mahama is incorruptible. John Mahama is incorruptible. And unti, and where the MP, where the deputy minister, where the minister, where the Omanpenny Abediache, where the Omanpenny, Ababa, your former president, they confuse what we need. And some way a cartoon is sunina, and one dance here Bako Kreniwa, Abba. Bako Kreni when people for 80 million one dance Abba. Your friend Yoko da, your friend police station da. Your friend no, Bako no crowd the same. Your friend baby ada. And the fan court because ne who so sa brobe. Obe so mo many ye. Ebe ye enyuma pa a ene ayensa na ho. Anchiri men nyina ba be this one faso. This is the man we are talking about, and this is the man who is promising. Say woba sa siketitri die 1.5 trillion old cedis. Sika ya sheshegu articulator so a. Even in 200 Ghana cedis notes, you just have to articulate about 100. E yesika titiri die pa. E yesika esombo na eya areho. Se ya yempenyimfo ayato abama womo. Omo ba omo den sem de bai, omo beto ye mrade, monso ye hwe. Enne omo de sa akro no yi edi yen. Omo ka kire nse, ba ko ka kire nse wanyini too much so be wi yesika. O say I'm too old to steal your money. Sa na ono de o chen. Eni ti abusuafo ye frɛ mo a na de wo nyina no. Mama ma yanka ya no ntum because Ghana is the only country we have. Monsem trofo mo na mo ka bi ewom. Mo na mo ka bi Ghana for bete. MPP fo hu say omobɔ kro no ne ye kakakakra ye bejai. Sem trofo mo so mu da ba akoda mienu ye bejai. Abusuafo ye ntumi nya ne saa. Ye ntumi nya ne business as usual. We cannot allow these crooks to get away with all these serious crimes. This is the time to take a stand for Ghana. It is not about being an NDC person. Let's use our platforms to sustain pressure on them and to make sure that these guys are booted out of office. Nanse samba atentre nebeba. Ama baby yesika shebia no yakwa akoje e dia be your mind ye. Onyame hira mu nyina samaba. So I can see from your faces that you don't have any questions for me. Right? Yes, thank you very much. That you don't have any questions for us. While the music is going on, but even before we play the music interlude, I have a very important announcement for you. Please listen to me very carefully. There is, if you're streaming live for the press conference, you can cut us off. Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumadi no wasogu so a otie no. Welcome back. Emamu nyina akwaba e di free NDC headquarters ewo Adabraka enkran ha and yekokofa moment of truth press conference Ebrem lawyer Samejemfi and amote se or kasanama memfa sedama wana oboa me di Ekosiisen dwumadi Ebrem. Sounds of Our Time is sponsored by Flumal Triple Action, DBS in Chensi Papa Fie and Aya Herbal. That's AYA Herbal. Yeah, me hear some segment so as you know, Power Jet batteries, cocoa milk, Obapa product, omone de Africa Queen mackerel, Obapa sardine and Obapa tomato paste abajaso, Kingdom Real Estate, yawo EcoBank Ghana, a better way, a better Africa. One-on-one interviews are here on this show, and interviews on all trending issues. No, Provident Insurance, almost with Provident Man, you are covered. Syntex Tank, Air Strong, Air Tough, Kingdom Herbal, no challenger. Your discussion segment so Tabia Herbal, Seahorse Engine Oil, and a Franco Trading Enterprise. Phone Papa Pafie, Omune Boyame de your discussion segment so Epremo. Unim se enen sono. Idea the NPP NEC meeting omu the National Council meeting ebetwaso the agenda no back said the flag bearer of the party presented the campaign team members no to NEC jitumu ano mo de call National Council na National Council so agiatum and from enran who said list be fly around when who names ni bi Mr. A lot of the names in there, no, and we have the exclusive list for you to know who is in that campaign team. Exclusive. Ekosiisen so and obetes answer me. Ni nyina bebremu sisia. But answer no ma memfa ye WhatsApp number no entuja 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Mrs. Subio 0548 443 523. For o messages no for number we so be a WhatsApp number na yebe kind amount. Na we want you to be part of our conversation. This is the show Ghana listens to, and we thank you so much for making us number one. Let me read a few of your messages now. Fe Yentrust we say Obi. Dr. Baumia will come and change our destinies as a country. Greetings to Honorable Fatima to Abubakar, Information Minister Designate. Wamfa Udin Ankaho. We say, Obi, good afternoon. Please, this is the hooliganism the people of Adele are committing against the good people of Achode. They are killing and destroying property in Nkwanta South Municipality, and the police seem helpless. We need reinforcement at Nkwanta because the Adele have brought people from Togo to come and they made that Achodis. Enti nipa na send the video the account. Very, very, very scary scenes. In the Benghazi, me the video no send the Oshana Yemfa and Toso for what we are seeing doesn't really look good. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Let me read a few of your messages now. Memfa campaign list exclusively and to the campaign team for Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, who is leader and flag bearer of the NPP, the campaign team. Let me also remind you, sir, Enche Yane Honorable Esla Uswekufol Etnase Edin Komo, Minister in charge of Communications and Digitalization. Or science MP Ewo Ablekuma or MP Ewo Ablekuma West. Parliamentary candidate Obi. Good afternoon. Please send my greetings to the incoming MP for Wejagbawe constituency lawyer Jerry Ahmed Shaib. I'm Albert Asante, aka Wejagbawe, ABA Fusaini. This one says, Obi, good afternoon. 1, Bas Brandon scandal. 2, Mahama Ford expedition gift scandal. 3, Jida scandal. 4, Sada scandal. 5, NSS scandal. And 6, judicial corruption, etc. These are some of the corruptions that happened under JDM. That's from Kofi Anyayan. Kofi Anyayan. And now the way about way every Baba chairman or Tamale or see Obi. If you want to laugh out your heart, just call a member of the NDC and tell them to explain their 24-hour economy and what it means. I bet you would laugh out your brains. Baba chairman Ewo Tamale Ediwe Abba. Good evening. Let me see. Where's Obi? Good evening, please. I misplaced my ID card wallet containing my ID cards. The name is Gabriel Tete. Please, even if anyone comes across it, you can contact me on 0243 267 886. 0243 267 886. Or bring it to Asempa FM. Thank you. One of our listeners, Ira, the ID card wallet and the cards in your Eshimidin was a Gabriel Tete. And is a one who be bisa obit me the Abreu Asempa FM, or you call number Meditrue Jano. We say, unfortunately, Ghana has been reduced to a corruption hub. The latest corruption to discover is the $12 million taxpayers' money, which has been wasted through the stinky Ijapa deal and the AFCON fiasco, which cost us some $3 million just for 3 matches because of this government. Before this government is kicked out of power, we would be left with nothing in the coffers. Musa Abattoir or Asawase. Musa Abattoir, Edase, Papa. We say, Obi, good afternoon. There is a very bad thing happening at the University of Ghana, which I think you would like to know. Okay, in the Sheriff, the Sheriff, Medase, NT would arrange and talk to you now for your shade cry. Hello, Obi. Since my return from is it Liverpool or Julapool in 1995, I entered my house only to see that half of the I think government land is full of from the opposite house V5. Not just say or say Janai every opposite house na eba. That's V5 and V7 or Community 8 Tema. My house number is W48. My report to both TDC and the Tema Metropolitan Assembly has been addressed since. Please, if you can send your reporter to the house. Okay, my name is Solson. Solson, message is very clear. You want to go over the message and correct Neoma Kakrana sign, send the brain. I would read it out for you. Please wish my brother Eric Abeka of Senya Breku a happy birthday. May the lines fall in wonderful places for him. From his brother Kelly Oforikai of Sakaman here in Accra. And Kelly Oforikai Yadase. Obi, it's sad that the NDC hasn't realized that Ghanaians have become extremely enlightened. This old type of politics by the NDC is nauseating, to say the least. We are in 2024 and I thought that they would improve on their political strategy. Same old allegations. They did same in 2007, but Obi, this time it will not work. Max, United Kingdom. Max, that's it, papa. Let me come back now, Memfa list na yensaka no entuja, and then we get to speak to Honorable Esla Owusu Ekofol. But my main kind will be say WhatsApp number no let me see 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. That's our WhatsApp number. Please let's hear from you. Na enen so ena American kase the flag bearer of the NPP, the list of the campaign team, Kwakwa party, one National Executive Committee, National Executive Committee, and so they call a National Council. Now, the campaign team, structure, an advisory committee, and there is an advisory committee. For the campaign team. Now, advisory committee members no any. The President of the Republic, now the Danko Akufo-Addo, Edin Ewom. The Vice President, who is leader of the party and flag bearer, Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, Eka Advisory Committee we hon. Former President John Ajekum Kufuor Eka hon. The National Chairman currently, Orua Stephen in team Eka hon. And then past chairmen who are still living, and Freddie Blay, and Peter McMenu, and so Ekasa advisory committee we Then you come to the next level in the structure, the campaign chairman. Campaign chairman, as many have heard, Dan Kweku Boche, and the campaign chairman. Our deputies mienu, Asat Enra Enumra, you late night, Yensaka list we Ni deputies mienu no Fred Oware ena Nana Akomia. Inti the two deputy campaign chairpersons no Fred Oware ena Nana Akomia, they would deputize Dan Kweku Boche. Inti uye campaign chairman, and then you move to the next level, which is the campaign manager. Campaign manager and so benya two deputies. And the campaign manager Frederick Opariansa, former MP, Suhum constituency. The deputies near two. Former AMA, Chief Executive, Honorable Ajay Sowa. And currently, Deputy Majority Whip, Habib Idrisu. Into Omumienu and barring any last minute change, Omumienu be deputy campaign managers. And they would be deputies to Frederick Opariansa. Now for about campaign operations, and so the operations manager or director for the campaign, John Frimpong Kodua, who happens to be General Secretary of the NPP. Into JFK and the operations manager or deputy baako Henry Nana Boache, Bibina friend Nana B on the national organizer Edema Party. Into the operations director John Frimpong Kodua, the deputy Henry Nana Boache Nana B. Now if you waba the obey in charge of campaign Justin Frimpong Kodua, and you Kodua Frimpong. Make her John Asempa Justin Frimpong Kodua. Okay. Campaign logistics. You're in charge of campaign logistics. Likely to be the first national deputy chairperson of the party, Chairman Bute. Now, on the deputy, Archibald Kobina. Domi Archibald Kobina na yehwan. I was a central MC. Archibald Kobina. And they're likely to be the deputy for campaign logistics. Now, if what about the person in charge of fundraising for the campaign? Nidine the Dr. Alolo. Unimino. Or Vice President office. Dr. Alolo will be in charge of fundraising. Campaign communications. Into communications director for the campaign. Dennis Miracles Abuaje. Or no in charge of communication. The deputies miensa. From what we are gathering, deputies miensa. Adoma Kubefi. And Dome Akbar, the full name near den, lawyer no. Mumpe the full name ne mame. Bibi Akbar or Vice President office. Or one of the deputy communication directors. And Akrobia Asante, a deputy communications director. He will be in charge of digital media. And Krobia Asante's name is in there. And deputies to Miracles near me and San Adoma Kubefi Akbar and Akrobia Asante. Now, if you about the campaign spokespersons, there's the director of communications or 3 deputies, and then there are spokespersons for the campaign. The minister in charge of works and housing, MP for Fuasia Yurebi, Kojo Opon Nkrumah, a campaign spokesperson. Dr. Gideon Boakon, a spokesperson for the campaign, and a Dr. Antoinette Tibu Dakon, also one of the spokespersons for the campaign. They say, oh, share your Facebook and after YouTube, I'll be home, say meeting, you know, where shots from Alisa Hotel, Ewon Cry, on a meeting, Ekoso, neck meeting, na National Council meeting in Swatwa, and you can see the presidents who free the car more, Ura Alisa Hotel, more share with YouTube and Facebook, all of those videos. And the next way, advisors, into flag bearer, no, one special advisors, moka team na, obe name, no, special advisors, no. Lawyer Sami Ewuku, Anthony Abayefa Kabo, Papa Owusu Ankoma, or Ghana's High Commissioner to the UK, and Kofi Jamesi, a former minister of chieftaincy and religious affairs. They say, I mean, baby, Domizio, Obui, okay. It Kofi Jamesi, current CEO, Obui, into Omo, and a former the advisors. Campaign advisors for the flag bearer. Inti Safin I will join in. That's the list we've gotten. And barring any last minute change, way any list flag bearer they call National Executive Committee. Na omoji tuma no also the National Council for approval. Na fe omoti media to the I would go over it again. Na Honorable Leslie Usu Ekuflatna si na shasi din komo. In the medical said the campaign team would have the campaign advisory committee. And we like that big committee. The President of the Republic, Nana Danko Akufo-Addo, is a member of this committee. The flag bearer himself, Vice President Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Eka committee we ho. John Ajekum Kofor, former president Eka, Stephen Intim, the current national chairman, all past living chairman of the party. In this case, Freddie Blay and Macneno Eka, this committee. The campaign chairman, Dan Boche, deputy campaign chairman, Fred Owari and Nana Akomia, campaign manager, Opariansa Frederick, the deputy CMU, Habib Idrisu and Ajay Soa. Operations director for the campaign, Justin Frimpong Kudu, and the deputy Henry Nana Boache. Campaign logistics, we are hearing say Chairman Bute would be in charge of that. The deputy Archibald Kobina. The man in charge of fundraising for the campaign, Dr. Alolu. Communications director for the campaign, Dennis Miracles Abuaje. The deputies Yemiensa Adomaku Befi. My name say Akbar Dina Ba. My mempe Akbar full name no. Na memfa entry janafe. Muhono ye deputy campaign communications director. And the lawyer Akbar Rohula Khomeini. Lawyer Akbar Yusuf Rohula Khomeini Ono Eka or a deputy communications director for the campaign, and Krobia Asante. Krobia Asante will be deputy in charge of social media. Spokespersons for the campaign Kojo Pon Kroma Gideon Boakon, Dr. Antoinette Thibault Dakon, and advisors to the campaign, as advisors to the flag bearer, Samuel Uku, Anthony Abayefa Kabo, Papa Usu Ankoma, and Kofi Jamesi. Inti, barring any last minute changes, no way any lister, the flag bearer Edebeko Akoma, the party's neck, and then Omu Approval Neko National Council of the party. Inti, would see, but at least you heard it here first. 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Yen WhatsApp number enono. Ma yentie we mra ba Honorable Esla Owusu Ekufolatnase or a Communications and Digitalization Minister MP for Ablikuma West constituency. And no aiding come after this short break. Stay with us.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Medical school papa bia metumi di kofiako. Oh Fifi, anything na waye wenim bosano. Ene me dia semesio. The College of Medicine and Allied Sciences, COMAS, a degree awarding institution na Ghana heya. Omoya programs to say Bachelor of Medicine and a Bachelor of Surgery using the Graduate Entry Medical Program GEM, Bachelor of Diagnostic Imaging and a BSc Health Information Management. Sa program si na Ghana Tertiary Education Commission agiatum. Womo bilingual curriculum no SCSO. Senior Beya, Obetimia consulti wo French. Media, so mobile crown hami. Cecia Cradie, one more year admission so. And one is over from. It was 0208 456 556. And now send one more email. It was info@commerce.edu.gh. Put to me also follow on. It was Facebook and our Instagram at info.commerce. Commerce, the citadel of a holistic professional medical education.
Minya, Aqua Safari Resort Nancy, and your Maminka Mission Huna Minya or Aqua Safari Resort for Front and Show. So, what do Aqua Safari to my phone again, Nigenis at Joe. Now, what do 24 hours bachelor no at show? Ya in Nijas Rungo and Sumer you may be to say jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and a cast net fishing. And in Naka, you made your wood Pierre Aqua Safari. Mark 24 punch for non found go for taste of Mia every year. Who no one and no more would rather for Fessu. I don't know one diagram, no more Indiana. Me mom dear, Minya Nijas Rungo. Now means mean trains and Mess Simon Chaco Aqua Safari Resort view.
Senior won't you how Tibiano. We hear Syntax Tanko. Free say, Syntax Tank to me, Jine, a real sacra bia. Empire, ne bonus so ye kama say. When him say, Syntax Tank ne D can ye double air tank or Ghana. When him also say, Syntax Tank Korea, any D can ye tank a muda hokai. E mu fite. Na say siadie, ubeti match size, color, type, biara wope. Syntax Tank, beyamau. Na nini ne chino. Ekita 7 years warranty you. Wumpewe, na open dien. Frakra, it was 0244 335 168. Kumasi 0505 555 666. Syntax Tank, a muda hokai. Syntax Tank, a strong, a tough.
bonuses akɛseɛ, odds akakraka, ɛne nkonimdie nko a. Download the 1xBet app no. Na yɛ deposit ninya 300% bonus a. Etumi do 3,445 Ghana cedis. Jack, upe na upe die. Tutumika ko register with 1xbet.com.gh. Na use promo code Welcome Ghana. Ninya welcome bonus wo first deposit so. 1xBet ma ube brave. Gambling ho atru titwane wa hwe yi. Nya ma wa wundi mfie duo. Gaming Commissioner Jinka to we atum.
Semi sorry no pa. Kel Chaco toothpaste na me de twitwi me se. And me confidence the money nyina.
Se wushia ama na me sifit go so na me sre a. Eya wanwan hu. Me de Kel Chaco toothpaste ene twitwi me se. Obo ade ne pa e wo bidie mu no. Ene e dia ye Kel Chaco toothpaste. E boy sin ho ban e free moawa e boy sin mu tokro. E se ahye ene enumunka. Sure se amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so nie. Yeti center for.
Me de magical toothpaste at tubu. Me use na no pa. Na dwa me koda no. E ma me sinye fita. Confidence level kwaso entibi na ma. Na me sin 32 ni na guso.
Enkane no ane ma me num di bidie twitwiri yense no. Asaya bebie mu o. Bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no. MSC fita. E ma na hoden. Ne sayi nka bia. Ma wanum ye hwam. Enu nti mo amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Aba ma mo Kel Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa ENG.
Kel, happy smile.
Enkratui FDA ajiatum.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Intuitive navigation. Navigate through an array of revamped categories that cater to all interests. Join the conversation with our interactive comments section. Get live TV,
confidence of the football community.
radio, can actually borrow, and podcast of your favorite TV and radio shows on Joy and Adom platforms. Powerful search. Find any story with ease with a simple click. Access precisely what you're looking for. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumedie no asoguso a utie no ma yenamo ase ne yensan mo makwa ba check with your time 23 minutes after 3. Yede Ekosiisen ebrem, and I would love to hear from you or questions I will be to me at the abrain. As I've told you, the Honorable Minister in charge of Communications and Digitalization, Abekansa. Your WhatsApp number nibio is 0548443523. Your one-on-one interviews, no Provident Insurance, Syntex Tank, and a Kingdom Herbal Eboye. Honorable Akwabana, apom to say.
Yami adumo.
Bibi Ekoyi.
Constituency
boko
bibia dedi
ya danyame ase communications ministry so
me chia munni mwetiefo nyina am say afie we ni first time
yeah first time ne first time
nti ma munyi na afisia pan
so afepa pan commentary afisi say na
yeto aso afisi say na yeto aso yeto ayeduma pan so na President Akufo-Addo a handover ama President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Na edibe bosome.
Yeah, na edibe bosome.
Bosome ne kakra. Nti na yeguso a ye we sure say by then na fe na ohye na bai.
Yeah.
Nti na yeto ayedwuma pa no.
But Osha Peteta Cremua, is it likely to be to win the election? We
I'm growing from Inti.
The job day grounds.
Me and Crawford did. I say one who ballot box for social media. When was it about Facebook and Instagram and
polling station?
Thank you. I'm growing from. Do Asempa or Kwansam no hon. And yet they did. Nedia Nunkwe Chidianka, Peter Obi, on president of Nigeria. Enti I am to your bokakra. Na agroni form. A Juman so dear. Na ne kufu do aban waye bi pa. Omo a omanyo mumfaso no so Ghana ha no so omuni. Omo refin so e bekai wo.
Baba, you've heard the claim say Nanado will go down as the worst president of Ghana and I won't say.
Say Kwame Nkrumah time no so ye kan sa afa no ho. President Kufu akra ye kan sa afa no ho. Enti yebehwe how posterity will judge him. But I am confident say e bana ye ba be keri adwuma waye ne de toto amampani ahoro a omo etwam kone omo bana. He'll go down in history as one of the best performing presidents in every sector. Adwuma de ye bi pa. Na to de bia umo adwuma waye no hu dawura. Na nkrofo kan bi go so na we nya obi obeka bi amawa na we nyia no ntema. Na sa wrong impression no ato nipeti.
Ato amanfo train.
But even a week in politics is a long time. So na yet yes, I fear whatever misimpression has been caused will be cured. Free SHS beneficiaries omo anango omu ni akwanya yaye omo akwanya no omo ha omo anu omu ni adwuma yaye adwuma amwanya bi ye no omo omemu ha ye omo ko ba bia omo apomu densem ya hwe ni aka no so omo ha yenko ba bia enyinam kane anso omo anu omu ni bia ewrade adom enam aban ye adwuma pa yaye nti omo so enya nyinam kane no omo omemu ha ye omo ko ba bia abefo nhihye ya nso so a ede ahoto ene nkanko ne yidi abre empuntunwuma ne ankrankra ewo memu ha ne yen a yenya mu mfaso ne nyina ye wa ya edru akuntabuo bire na ya abato dana ene niama ahoro a ya nso so a ye mmoso omo nya mu mfaso ne nyina ne omobusuafo nyina nso so yom kokromuti bekasa enti ma ya ye kansa Ghana fo yeninkaye but ye won kai mu refin so aye be kai won.
But indeed the claims say ahokyere wo man yi mu aban a mess up, and you hear more opponent make that point. Former President Mahama Akan, communicators of his party Akan, national executive of his party Akan, say you've messed up this country, and that's why on mine ihias obi obe press it restart button so na say bibia say for fraud. You've heard that.
Nampache wo omo ankansa ankade no be on campaign akokọ sachira kroma enye nefe etuom hwena no kra. They can never admit say aben ayade wom say insikasem no. And in fact la 2023
yes
we had some very, very challenging times. A year fallout from near we are seeing na echo mu.
Sure.
And the evidence abeto was UK economy echo into recession last year. Nature so musika sem no anko ye last year. Japan so sa. America, the worst recession in about the worst economic output in about 40 years and inflation in about 40 years. Enti Ghana yenye island. Nia me koso wiase afa na nyina. Yan so ehun sunsanso no ebi bekan yen. Enti gise wan kasa ubua pase unyintum because of wan kasa ne opese wuye ene ne opese wukentia. Na se wuka no krepa na uye aware of ne koso amanonia. Ubeji atum se Ekufu ado aban ayade. Se yinsikasem ahokyere wiase afa na nyina ko mumpo no Ghana at least yetumi tua adwumayefo ka every month. yena sumu nhyehyɛ bi a ɛde ba afoforo te sɛ free SHS yɛtumi tuatua ho aka yes nyɛ ne nyinaa na yɛtumi ayɛ deɛ arrears na bi wom ankakra yɛyɛ ne yɛyi afiri hɔ no mo enti sɛ mampani dada John Mahama tumi kɔ amanone ɛkɔyɛ nhyiamu wɔ hɔ agye tum sɛ COVID ne Russia Ukraine ɛdi yɛnya ɛwɔ mɛmu ha aka insikasɛm ma na ɔba Ghana ha na ɔbɛsesa n'ano sɛ aban yɛ te so na mismanage economy na Ghana foɔ na ha na ɛbɛgyaagye ne sɛ na ntu deɛ baabi a ogyina bia usunko ugyina ha usunko oba efie nso so a usunko nti ne ehe ene yanyintu it goes to his own credibility na ya nsenkyerɛfoɔ no nso so NDC foɔ kasa na mutie wɔn saa mo mesabisa wɔn questions
na question ben na say omo make the point say yes we acknowledge say there was a global pandemic we acknowledge say Russia-Ukraine war ewo ho but say aban we no eyi ne ho free all forms of blame just amodiemo munji blame bia for some wrongs you might have done.
Dr. Baumia ya an election ode yen modern boy fi 2017 bepem 2019
yes
obia ma me challenge ne say ne okan ye no oboa economic indicators odi tu dwa nyina na niema ekoyie ema yen wa ban mu okan pefe obia ma me challenge ne say ne okan ye no oboa tie ne sesaye what was the intervening factor e die ne ba ye ntia niema na ekoso wano ma ban nyina yi ma memu ni nyina no na afi ase yatiasa wo hwemu anso so a eye COVID any Russia Ukraine those were the only two intervening factors about esisa the trajectory ana ye was so for growth no and if we are honest with ourselves ye be admit say ampa MPP aban ye ba aban mu no na nhyehyɛ na ye no eboa na mpuntuo no ye koso bibia na dedin kakra na tokra NDC for the ye nkohye mu no na ye yi ye ho afiri mu enkakra mpuntuo no ekoso wano kopim se sa atonrenkyem yi ebeto wiase afa na nyina ye ntumi nkansa ye de ne esi wa manone no ebi enka yen ewo omemu ha enti wo ka se ya nye boni bia ya nya mfunso bia and also maybe a few things may have gone wrong but eno enka affect yen sikasem to that extent into kasa mismanagement intini was at TBM
and for example they cite the Auditor General's report on how we spent on COVID and that report showed said clearly we mismanaged Sika. Oh, you've not seen the report?
You tell me, give me an example of
for example, the Auditor General makes the point that some payments were made for drugs. Drugs na mami do. The Auditor General makes the point say some hospital equipment and they was say ko omuko or private person be hospital mu Madina or baby. Those were things on record in the report.
Now in the heat of the moment,
yes.
Na ubia prese or pay COVID vaccine.
Sure.
Say I was okokotria. O dibi to ase ansana aba. Enti these things would happen. Na enunti enna enhyehyɛ ye eboa amanfo nyina during the COVID time.
Yes.
Yanye ni yana. There will be one or two isolated incidents, but that's what they are. Enhyehyɛ ye wo COVID mu nyina. Ni nyina kata ahyehyɛ ne proye. I disagree with that. Enti mesre ya yenso so ha yeni enkeka nsɛm no. Maybe amanyosɛm nti you can pardon them. But ye etiefo no nso aye Ghana fo no ye hu se omo amanyosem e no omo ye omo ka ne omo feel so omo ka ebe to nipa asum ebe boa won campaign nye ne nyina na ye nokore no because ebi etu omo ani tua se e na asem ni sitie so ye chia no to achieve a particular objective for political expediency nye ne nyina na boa omei enti me dem nsem no mesrese muti amu interrogate nyase NDC ni betra ha kan trasa na yenso so ya genesa sa so na MPP ni nso be kan betra se na oka na mu feel se wo se mu bisa mu nsem a by all means go ahead and do that. But at the end of the day, you be carry and yamapa Ekufo Addo aban aye. And in yama you feel say a torchma. Na ye hu say on the balance. Wo de toto ni o pese wo san bayi amamu ho a. Why na why ade asin ne mfofo na aka. Yeah, and I am confident say yes our assessment na Ekufo Addo will come up tops. John Mahama amemu no wo de toto Ekufo Addo amemu a emehu baby akra.
But if you, because Akufo Addo will not be on the ballot in December,
a record and a
campaign, I get that.
And a mampeni abedi echire Bawumia so ne vision going forward. And I bakery, but record ne de Ekufo Addo Bawumia aban adwuma awaye no. And only a debate to Mills Mahama aban because ata John Mahama na opa baby. You be fufuru one year nim no. Did that.
Yeah, but you realize that the NDC is making the campaign about the credibility of the flag bearers, Ninti Bawumia and John Mahama. When we put them both to our credibility test now, mo flag bearer ubenya and nine generation.
Me pacho, Dr. Bawumia, why the president will memwada?
Debbie.
Inti, what's the basis of that comparison? What dear why am Peninda? What's not a community muda? Ye de on memo na se wonsa muda. Say ye ni enhwe. Would ye fear no fear sia kura na ubedi ye nye fear nine. For one thing. Enti niema wo ye ya edi Ghana fo nya no ye kai pa. Se bi no nso hwe fear e be kai wo. Dr. Bawumia de said you see kan no. Oye mampeni abedi e chiro. We should never forget that fact. So what's the basis of the comparison? Oye mampeni abedi echire now as we speak. Adwuma no yanyam fanhye ne nsa so onye. Enti record a yedi ekono ne mampeni a oboa no amamuo no adwuma. Eni ono nso so ani suade hu a owo a osi obeye bi edi aka ho. Na me John Mahama de ne de me de me koko kra o. Assessing him as a potential flag bearer. O mo yire won ho as ye be whitewash no. Na ye wire fi Ford Kanazoe Ford.
And I know ye den.
Say mampeni abedi echire at the time akwaje bribe Ford expedition every contractor ewo Burkina Faso.
No say Strat ka say enye bribe. Omo ka say he only breached the gift policy.
Gift.
Yes, gift policy of the country. That's what the Shraj report said.
Minya huza Shraj report no. Je minimni se okoje bribe. Ana amajaro nsoso hwana nsoso. Eno nsoso ensemsem koko company bi eno nsoso semsem bi bae. Eno nsoso ne hu ebom. Yeti nsoso Attorney General at the time can say mampeni dada Mills. The committee say yanhwehwe ne abedi echire en anamuntu obi otu yefa aeroplane bi anka ye kwa akoto ewo Embraer ewo Brazil no. And to who, if for want of anything as an individual crap no, and to my yapamwe frau no, and to asumu mo asusu mo penso so na and confirm ye de ebe ewo o memu ha na me de tunyu we na say ya men kai me dada na me say my born again nti me pesa me nkosa tibia nim bio asofoton Jida
Asempa FM
DMBO Suba Sada Jida and some media cho maybe Mr. Ghana for a battery abonya kai muni nyina wo kroya. All of these were at your watch or under your watch in addition to being government official number one. I no so Airbus ayekwa akoto no unua ehu ejimu ebon mu a eno so sika bi Iran system na mem kanisa na wodi eno etoto Dr. Bawumia ho a ye bisa no eno kra na me nwan we bisa say waje bribe da na obisa say as a human being yes na human beings na je bribes na and punching na je bribes and as a human being as what nka ye misa as na ye bisa say wo John Mahama waje bribe na obisa say John Mahama as what as a human being nanka as what meaning in which other iterations nipa etumi eje bribe answer ye de pem no to me answer enonko wa memuomu na ye de sumu for 4 years nipa dwuma esey ya amanfo ko ahohiahia mu se 12 hours kura went to me amankane a enyina so am ya anya adwuma 24 hours na betumi a yese kwatere kwa eka so obema ontuma tie ni din enti nsam ne de me na mama hapo se mba beka sa nsam no ho ansam.
Yeah, I agree, but what's the list of corruption scandals how boss say ne utie Sami Jemfi press conference na. Yeah, he also mentioned some scandals Dr. Baumia deal. He mentions for example the PDS deal. Say
Dr. Baumia
Parliament
had nothing to do with PDS.
Hold on. Or say Parliament took a decision. Say conditions precedent was a company in the fulfill na ba kon bank guarantee was so modeba. The NDC alleges say there was a meeting at Dr. Baumia Suomotu say that condition precedent or any condition subsequent, and in fact also change bank guarantee to an insurance guarantee.
In which capacity
and
Dr. Baumia is?
I don't know. As Vice President of the Republic,
no
obviously.
Such meeting ever took place anyway.
Really?
And no yan tro NDC for to go and futra NDC for to almost 5 minutes of the meeting in
that said meeting
1 month 5 minutes of any such meeting no emra metudwa any omo anom wo meeting na se emra metudwa na yefe meeting biasa ensi babia.
And you are saying this on authority
because
I'm not too sure say maybe our kasa meeting. So how do you say this?
Say when your first time omwaka.
Okay.
Inti ye bisem. Say anyenye bia Dr. Baumia etna PDS meeting bi eche ya na bibia. He's never done any such thing. Ti daben na ye sa meeting. And ye sa meeting. He for and e wo ho. Our issues are order no. Minutes of sa meeting e wo hi. Nyasa wabaka ne tra sa ne aso yaje atum se o bibisa esiye. Bosremka ntwato so de krofo yi omo ye ho omo bo ho modern pa ewu. Until we should take everything that they say with a pinch of salt and go the extra mile to interrogate it. Nyasa wakenti na ye no.
And have you also found out the other point about more containers be as somebody in his office the letter ekokoje mono he's under investigation by the OSP but still working in the office. Head of administration.
Dr. Baumia.
No, but we are Juma office.
He wasn't acting on Dr. Baumia's instructions.
That I don't know.
Me na wo mo ka meeting me mintie mo asembia wo na wo ka meeting me bi sepsa.
Yeah, the NDC alleged that
me was a monso sumu bisa. Say if it's an allegation, say an individual, yenyi krom ha say na obi kwafa letterhead bi wo castle at the time. Trotro letter bi, I think it was Alaji Bamba office no bi kwafa letter
Mokhtar Bamba, I remember.
Obi kwafa letterhead bi trotro nyeme bi at the time. When investigations were done, it was concluded say he had nothing to do with it. Nana. Yeah, yensusu ha yeni enke kansem engu nipa ho efi for political expediency. Se onipa bi and in wo Dr. Baumia office is under investigation sir. Momi antwani amfa report nemra ni hu se ampa. Bibi says na ne hu wo mu ana. Ono ena eye edifo ana. Asutwi bia beba na yahwe amasa asutwi na ba na ye report betwitwa agino na wagino hu wayi no hu afiri mu na ne hu so wana na o ka se enunti Dr. Baumia ye boni bia ene ye meka se ya omo ye ne wonti efie kura ne ye makra pokoye niema nya se obi akwa akodi na duane na me sin ene ba befim. Let us all be responsible for our actions as adults. Inti se obi won the office aye boni bi mpo a yenhwe say at the end of the day assembly betudwa na ye pensen mu na determine clearly say why bonia asotwe bi e wo say ye de ema no ye hwe de emfa ma no yes na nye say obeka na odi agu nipa ne ho fi na at the end of the day ya kan say bibia sense na afi na be pacho ana so ye de
but because oye Mitchell Dr. Baumia mo candidate mo flag bearer no, you've also heard the point about say oka nioma onye nti say oyobi a onka no kra nti ma Ghana phone believe nsema a oka ene ade
ede no kan ya wanye
oh na say na say no unti say
wona wo kan na me tie ne wo kan na me ma hu mo ede na waka wanye.
And for example, one of the things the NDC site say he's on record to have said by the almost first term in office, no village in Ghana would have a toilet or a water problem. That has not happened, for example.
But you one-time premium.
Yes, but I don't know.
NHI is what say NDC for say
one-time premium.
One-time premium.
Yes.
To me.
No.
Inti eno nti ni NDC ni be can bia yen can say your trophy. So it means they don't have any credibility. They cannot say anything at all. Omo manifesto promises ni nara no mu to me John Mahama ne campaign 2016 2012 was a deal 2016 omo ko Western region ko can say 10% of all oil proceeds omo the Bema Western region NDC abai I can say 10% of Sikebia a Jeffrey Fango the Bema Western region for what is it omo ye bibisa during their time in office ana. And to be if that is some person your courts are line now. Almost so you were whole dossier of Niamokaya, went to me, Anye. Accra will be the cleanest city in 100 days. Yet, if you don't want to me.
Some the cleanest city in
Africa. Thank you. And you may be who feels that Ube to me, aye. But when you are faced with the reality now, it was all modified on Yamaneka, you do your best. Ube you don't worry, say Ube to me attack a problem now. Maybe call me ministry, but I am a DC man, maybe what to do list. Then you know, met to me, aye. But me ever go near take aye, you know, own to me, you know. Tis almost babe can say promises are politicians, aye. Went to me, fulfilled no. Say no near de babe judge one credibility dear and your mom come we fairly put all. Come momu nya and no crema mejina Ghana for him and can be beer and because one candidate no
John Mahama.
Ow. Now you behave to say the animal. I say be fufrobi new entity beer ye no ebabe sign. What your track record do?
I'm sorry, the nation builder and our record to show why he's the nation builder.
Wafa, I mean, can Dr. Baumia was some why now. Mammy, uncle Saline, or a minonco pa, or a mini party. Mamma, mean conco kenka, ni hunsimbia, ewaha. Former President Mahama, Mema, Sisia Maha.
Yeah, Maha. Say, I feel now about a more four in I think still Maha. But minim say more confidence of winning this election, no. What can say in Juma Myers, and I believe so ministry and so no. I can't hear about ministry about Baba over the past 7 years, right? Why minister no? What you have to show for the Ghanaian people. But I mean, clear Newman Bakumi no being free. Number one, what's the situation with Vodafone? Because I mean, say Ghana, was 30% shares, Vodafone. It is saying, I to say, Telcel B, but what's the situation?
Vodafone, Ghana was 30% shares.
Yes.
Yeah, then one kita yen 30%, yen tomu ba konkra. Vodafone for normal say, almost restructure after COVID in some same be a buy, you know. Almost Africa, ha. Omu jayo mweduma no do na ewo Africa.
Okay.
Inti Ghana operations nso eka ho. Saa na Tigo nso so can say they are pulling out of Africa completely. Airtel nso so Airtel company no conglomerate nankasa enso consolidate one operations inti omo nso so say omo free Ghana. Inti Vodafone say omo free ha. So omo was 70% shares. Omo say omo beton. And omo bebo omampeni amani. Em say 2020. Early 2021. Okay. And omampeni say we had high hopes Senka. Money yen beye juma wa ha for the long haul. Inti ene ya. Say omo kodi and omo adwin say ombekwa ontumi nsi won kwan. Ono no de na dwapade no say oton. Nti yanso ye hwe won. Omo fa won transaction advisor. Ekoye won pensen mu. Enya omo pese omo to. Settle on near omo be choose. Ni nyina mu na ye bisa for updates because nearby ha company no adwumaye no nsusu no ebe ha yenso yen shareholding in it 30%. Tie wom edru baby a omo de won baaye no yese omo business plan ne ade no ye nenyi ho papa na ase
Ghana rejected sa
ase NCA
okay
ase omo emfi esu akakra na plans no omo won nsusu ye ni areshem so mbetumi ediso nti omo nsan enko no man nya aton ama won awi
okay
na yenso so ye ka sese mo ba de a adwuma na wo se mo ye na edimu nti yenso so nyema omo hia regulatory approval for transfer of shares
sure
yen to me nsi mo kwan se ma mo nton mo shares na mo ton de a e wo se yenso so ne oba no emma NCA ehu se adwuma no obetumi aye ama etumpon ama edimu na aban ne nso so kakra wa ewo mu no anko ye kwa nti omo ne won di sankita ho na to some extent na omo satisfy won say enhyehyɛ na omo aye no ombetumi ebetumi aboa ma company no anyi etumpon na omo ma won approval prior to that ni mom no say company be a majority and minority shareholders ewo ho o pese wo ton wo shares na uma o partner no the right of first refusal into omo be say Ghana say ye pese ye ton in shares no na mo beto ana ye ni empanimfo nso so edi insawoso ewo ho because me nko to me ntra me dem nka say I mepe na me nya yanka eji mu because that was my preference see e beje ne dia ka etel ho nanso me ni mpanimfo eye mpensen na wo say yenso so ye hwe na ye tutu niema ye with banks their suppliers and all of that now we share 2023 and among na baby ana Ghana gina no it ended up with us going to IMF ni ade na finance minister president almost say let them go enya dia Ghana betumi ato
the option of taking over 70% no but was it that expensive na you saying do we know no more to am you saying $100 million $200 million
enya nkomo nyina na metumi they gave us say ojitum say obeto na only one bet na say na one negotiate along the terms of offer now you have to be able to match that same offer. I don't have the details correctly but I was so clear for the use of the brand interparty ne bia omoye ema won I was say utria na open alternatives be ema won bank loans are omo agege ne so I was say oma banks the satisfaction say ubetumi atria as and when it falls due or not at that time now so na debt exchange debt restructuring no bank man akwa kujina na nim say I'm taking on this additional responsibility ntinya gidie wo me mu say despite the fact say debt restructuring I can take on this additional responsibility inti sane many nyina empening for tenancy susu hu no mo kan say let it go we'll hold on to
company for you mean cabinet
Mampeni ene finance minister na me ne won edi sankomo and we decided say yenyai ma company no enko and who ton wa de say me ntumi nsu kwan and omo akoton ama telecell em say ye humpo say omo ba be ye rebranding bi I believe omo ma 1 year for to use omo brand
we know okay
yasu we said into na omo ye branding tinya Ghana na ton 30% and 30% ne die Kofi o ama o Kwasi o na beje Vodafone die no ye di kura ye 30% no to omo.
But what it means in so say NCA for now satisfied with what Telecell edited how they want to manage and run the company, right?
Sir, as at the time omo approval they were satisfied so to me I'm managing company no na any etumpon even better than the state in which they're taking it off because they had a business plan and their own projections. Omo comfort letters from the banks like say omo ne won ashe negotiations asia omo agiatum say ombe restructure won loans no to the company and all of that. So they did all of that. In Ghana, one, we didn't take up the right of exercise our right of first refusal. Two, the NCA had no serious reason to obey rejected application or request for approval for transfer of their shares. No, and really, meaning what the issue is about.
No, the issue. What I've heard some CSO say, and they say it was Parliament. This whole agreement should have gone to Parliament.
Which one? The share sale by Vodafone. Refi say time now. Yen Ghana, your 100% shares now. Ye ton ama Vodafone.
Yes.
A totally different scenario from when you ton amano, and also a ton amo bifufro. Enti emu niehi and Parliament. A war in Tanhumbia ombedi after transaction.
Yes, so maybe the status quo now na Ghana Vodafone. It didn't see a 30% no. You need Vodafone our partner in the running company no. If there is a new entity coming in, you don't think Parliament should be aware?
Where in the law does it say so? Say Obia Tony shares. Now minority shareholder. Now Tonwa. We hear parliamentary approval.
Yeah, but that transaction no
the
consequence.
The transaction is not by the government of Ghana.
Sure, I agree.
It is by the government of Ghana's partner.
Partner, yes.
Ono susu ekita ono any rights. Wa akwa sa shares no as of rights. Parliament apene say yenton 70%.
70%.
Into waton enso waton wa wadwapade no. Into we need dan ho adi akire. Anya wo de abio. You don't own sa 70%. So you can't dictate the terms on which that 70% is transferred. It doesn't work that way. Waton wo dan. Amobi. Otim watremu kakra. Ose ono so ton amobi foforo. Ose mempene. Na dan no na eye media. Enti wo pese oton mo be foforo dia e wo se obabe je me penye answer. Where does it work that way? Minyante ne penny semda. Enti metien semdi bi omo kana na e masum na se omo feel say yen 30% na ye ton wana said ya ton wana said di. Eno de eda ho obi afa ne sankan. Now questions are able to me ebisa ne say mo fufuro ya mo be. Ediem anamontuo bi na mo ba be fufuro na mo ba be tu a ebe boa ama ye ja ade ya yenso so ye dwapade kakra wo mi etumpon ama yenso ye nyamfaso ewo yen 30% no eso. That's a legitimate question to ask. How are they managing the company to enhance shareholder value for both minority and majority shareholders? And no do bisa udi bisa. Na men kan kire me say me wo medwapade me ton waton ama me agi hu sika edi awie agi wo mfaso nyina edi awie na me ton ama obi dia me hia wo permission ana me hia wo approval ansana maton machre emremu steps are na was omu eteki to give effect to such transaction omu nya regulatory approval NCA omu ko ho omu nya sa approval senka na yen so ye ne je ho se ye beto a omu de ma yen se meton obeto ana yesi da bi yento into de nye obenya ma na to bia utumi ton ma no omu si yo mi das wenye obi waton ama afi yen so a etinche ni se ade na waton wajapade na ma asimesi ana obenti. It doesn't work that way.
Do you think the regulatory approval, no, when the NCA was seized with everything about this new company, now in here said the Parliament of Ghana would be aware. Say my approval, say assume me take over 70% of Vodafone, which relationship would impact your shares in that same company? We wanna make kind. A bit about Telecel. Also, Telecel is an Africa-focused telecommunications service provider and a leader in digital service. Our goal is to enhance business opportunities and contribute to a digitally empowered Africa. Into like an African telecommunications company. And no strength, no value, or more experience, any BBR. Can you compare it to that of Vodafone? And you think if say the Parliament of Ghana ma approval say for 70% ma Vodafone, now Vodafone ton am a different company, the Parliament of Ghana should not be interested or should not be aware what is happening?
So Vodafone say or the shares no che. Obi keke ejuma no nyebio on tom or the cha. You don't have any right to question sa decision now on we're taking. It is a African company, say a American company, a Indian company. It's neither here nor there. Omo went through what the processes which satisfied them. Omo ye omo for transactions advisors,
sure.
Echo through the whole due diligence process. Echo ye mhwehwemu bi e wo se omo ye. Efa company na omo ton amano.
Yes.
Minye ni se omo na eye Telecel nkwa na express interest in it. So they had options to choose from.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, based on omo ankasa assessment omo ye, they settled on
a Telecel.
A Telecel. What's the basis on which the Parliament of Ghana would have an interest in interrogating this transaction and giving prior approval to it? Monchre me say emrane say ansa na be to me aton wo shares na what every year wono e wo say odeba parliament monchre me baby a emrano e kansa na men kan say oh okay me yemfum so na men kan say obi ti baby no na dream e ye ne say e wo say eba parliament nti e wo say eba parliament. I'm sorry senka ya ban no na e ton yen shares in
30% na
ena o see e wo say e bebisa representatives of the people no ye je won pene ansa na aton a maybe that one I can understand. Now we wenya aton odwapade am obi wo de ko kika ko be 20 years ni mfaso obenya wataftafe ho a e ka obebo ho abo ho ka ni ode be ye no ode aye awie no see afedie me tonwa o si he da bi me na me ton ma wo enti me susu mi wo interest omo ye adwuma wo Ghana enti me susu mi wo interest. Parliament at any point in time through the committee ebetumi abisa Vodafone Ghana say BB Ekoso omontiase enti omma mechire wo mu as part of their oversight. They have every right to do that. In fact, 8th March me ne won kwa kodi nkomo efa sa Vodafone Telecel transaction. They have every right to ask me any question about it. But say Vodafone any who kwan say omobeton one shares be parliament was say oma won pinie ansana omotumi aton one shares na de any yemra mu babia. And I challenge anyone who's saying that to point to any law which says they need the prior approval of parliament to dispose of the shares that they've acquired in any company in Ghana.
How about the Airtel and Suni Tigo. Then where are we now with that? Because I mean, him say, Abai intervening in that, no?
Almost so they're hanging in there.
But government expressed interest, say you may take you over that company, no?
No.
So, in what's happening with them?
Oh, that's not coming about time, yeah.
Near drew stage be in the negotiation. And Abeka say, that issue came, say, yeah, torn for just $1, Abeka growing concern and all of that. Where are we now? And then the question, Busa.
They are operating as a going concern. That one is a good. They're looking at alternatives to refinance the company into Omus. Abai and Tom Etel Emma Obia. Abai and Tom Etel. Indianos Matizen and Rium say a Tom Etel fine was Yanton. They've entered into a joint venture partnership
with Tigo.
No. With a UK firm.
Okay.
Hanam Investments. They've entered into a joint venture partnership. And no interest yaton company. Nature say it's say 80.
Yes.
80 ewo ho. Ena wakwa hwehwe partner on any be adwuma bi ewo omodwuma kuo ni, which is also allowed. Because advance you nisika or the beba be she modwuma ni. Nti mo hwe kwan a mo be fa so a mo benya sika e de aye modwuma no.
Yes.
So they've entered into that partnership, joint venture partnership, and you seal. To Miss Ramo, and can say a tone and so soon say and toy. Our joint venture partnership, no. Eddie partner, no Eddie Sika Beba share company nim. Omo equipment, omo here for.
Yes.
Omo. It was omo ye in Shishaya Bebuana, omo Jumano Susu Edim. Omo ni 4G, omo here. Ye significant investment I was say omuye. So literally, sa joint venture partner ebeboa ama omo aye sa nhihye ni nyina. Na emom enkomo no ye ni wie. Conditions precedent the bema sa joint venture partnership aye effective no. Omo wie.
Okay.
Until say ebe wie, mean to me see me bo enka say omo ne won ewie nhihye ni nti that saying no mo be share adwuma no ase. That is where they are currently.
And that is workers are Airtel workers are 80 now still have their job.
They are still working. What is say you obi edi wo no mo omo mpeso omo ja adwuma ne de omo agya ko omo peso omo ye adwuma no omo te ho omo dan ho aye adwuma ko wo sesi abe hu se omo aye adwuma obi wo network ne so a network no wo fra enkwa na. It's still a good, they are still working. AT exists, it's serving its subscribers, but it is looking to grow its subscriber base. It needs to revamp its equipment and introduce new ones. It sought a partner on any becabo nomini na ye say juma. Nama 80 juma no etumpo.
Yeah. The other thing your ministry generally, make sure the communications ministry, because I quite say more campaign going into 2024 no centered largely on the digitalization agenda. How critical? Oh, I can't say only largely because Utie or flag bearer speech our kind best 60% of that speech was on digitalization, no?
Not because your campaign no is centered largely on it, but because of how pivotal it is. You hear digitalization for your my impuntu, and it is the main means you revitalize your economy. There are other sectors which are equally important, but go ushe baby we are say air corner. I was say unya nimdiani and iswadi hu ewum because it me in a year it solves multiple problems. Unemployment, improves efficiencies, promotes optimum delivery of services, revenue generation, reduces corruption, and enhances transparency in all sectors. Baby, enti obia o weni swade hu bia a odwen hwe kan ne nim se saade e wo se ye ma ye ni ekohu na enhihye bia ye bia ye hyemu ekina na ewo ebenya mfaso dodo ama ye man nyina daachi. And you have to start now. And we need to put in place the building blocks to enable us to hackneyed phrase here usually frog. But no cre. And in ye to me a within such short space of time ye. 8 years ye ba bemwi. Niama ye to me a no at hosu bebre. Na aboa ye nkwan bebre so as we take it for granted. Because ayade ayaya anti ye hu said yes sumbo emaye.
Yes.
Mi bisa se ne uja wo phone wo fia. Ubetumi aba adwuma ba ba ye adwuma a wo mfi wo phone nana.
Untimi. You will definitely go back.
Absolutely not. Na dia na wo phone ne nsunsunti a wo hia se kwan bia so e wo nchen no. Wo di dwa wo so. Wo bo nkomo wo so. O office e wo so. Wo check o messages e wo so. Emails nyina e wo so. Wo ye wo banking financial transactions e wo so. Enti eni wo ho a amongst others wo ye man so la e wo so. Wa ono yere so din komo e wo so. Bisa se de o ma enso so enhote.
Yes.
And ye omo musua de ne nso so. Enra me baby o kan tell me so here tablet na ana laptop na am so de ye dan na o say o ye ne assignments e wo phone so nti o here bigger screen na am say adan na wo de phone na yes sir. Enti wo di tablet ne laptop nso so wo phone na wo di sua de o ye research sisi a eti we me bo telecell din say wakwa check ehu.
Yeah.
Telecell ni sune ne buying ne who your research e was so. Enti it is such a pivotal tool say eye aban bia obeba asede say oye enhyehyeye a ebema saa abefo ententan anamonto ya yetu edimo. So going forward say ya pomodin say ya desua say ye kuayo say ye dwadie say ye DMBO industrialization you can say
infidi juma munsam entertainment agudie hu nsam sports ninyi nara ohia digital tools na aboawo ama watumi aye enti will be foolhardy si ebe yeni every so na yemma yenya nhyehyɛ ya ebe hyemu ekena enunti eka ho bi nti na 60% of ne lecture ni nyina was focused on it. If you say ya ye adwuma son in that sector. Do you feel as minister say your record of achievement somebody has taken it away from you?
I go for besame say me mentiase.
Ade na wontiase. A legitimate question to ask, no?
Ade achievements. Why buying na me yemu adwuma.
Enye na nado aban.
Ekufuado. Na bedi akire eye baumia
sure.
Na omo apone wondi bie no ho adwuma no ntumi nyene nyina. Enti oma o responsibility. Wa delegate that responsibility no amame. Na o supervise. Enti adwuma bi amaye no nye esla na aye. Eye kufuado aban na aye. I don't take the credit for the work that I've done in that sector. I'm proud. Seme so when who say me to me aye adwuma ni bi a wa frɛ me say me ma me boa no na adwuma ye. Ghana for to abama no.
Yes.
Say omwa ya memu.
Asempa FM.
And na wa pone ho kakra ama esla say hwe haso emma me. Ti me hwe so ama ekufuado baomia. Ti baomia kan say yaye say nnwuma yi in the digital sector. Odika I don't see why we should be so territorial about it. Adwuma bia ye in this government, no, we're doing it on behalf of the President of the Republic and his Vice President. Any credit which should inure to anybody, no, should go to them. Be it roads, health, education, energy, trade, tourism, sanitation, whatever, digitalization. Eyo omo aban. Eno a cheche mo nkitin wa kan say wo hwe ha. Wonso hwe ha, wonso hwe ha. Enye wo adwuma na wo ye. Wo ye ono na adwuma ama no. So we should see ourselves as their agents, and they are the principals. And so they have every right to take the credit for Jumebia in every sector of this government.
One thing me person may clarify we are Minister of Communications and Digitalization. For digitalization to thrive, you need a digital infrastructure.
Absolutely.
Your opponents have said, sir, in all of these successes in the digitalization space, that's a credit or more deserve more for amount because they built that digital infrastructure more juma fiber optic mule NITA data center more build Accra Digital Center. All of those things were done by them. But the recognition they deserve. I say everything digitalization Baumio, what Mahama has done, you are not recognizing it.
Did Mahama give Kufuor any credit in the digitalization agenda and the whatever he's supposed to have done?
But what did Kufuor do?
It's a continuum. Rawlings and started telecoms liberalization.
Yes.
He liberalized the telecom space.
Yes.
And started this whole work. Kufuor and a creative ICT for accelerated development policy, which we are still using today.
Okay.
Obia up till now takes its roots from ICT for accelerated development policy na President Kufuor and Juma to date was passed in 2008 under President Kufuor. Electronic Communications Act, Electronic Transactions Act, you name it, which form the foundation, legal and regulatory framework NCIA, NCA, President Kufuor Mra, and Omudi Yejuma. NITA, CCR, President Kufuor Mra, and Omudi Yejuma. Governance is a continuum. The first thing, and was as I say, the first thing I'm a year, official reception I'm a year, me friend, my predecessor.
Sure.
More by. Emma be done for a Juma Wayama Ghana bang the government of Ghana. And I'm a train say me here name Webia. So we talk, we communicate. Me here name Webia, Dr. Manebwama. Me here name Webia. I won't hesitate to ask. I would want my successor to also do same for me. Yes, Omobe 2 Ghana project under the World Bank, which also did a lot of work, which helped us to do legal and regulatory framework and a lot of the foundations. Omube to me, MOD Jumano, and also a share e-transform project. I say, ye buy a besisemu, a restructure, enya additional funding at the home for our own near money and yepesi, and also so abua.
Yes,
Omo Eastern Corridor fiber. Ye babe 2 yeno. Now, several kilometers of it.
And on my year.
Pachomo 1,010
kilometers.
1,010 kilometers.
Okay.
From Ho to wherever it ended. Ye baye and ye be connected from Ho to data center, Accra Data Center. That was done under my watch. From Ho to the Accra Data Center and was connected under this government.
And that in terms of kilometers, I was saying Ho to whatever. Okay.
Me, I don't even know how many kilometers that is. But no na ema yet to me access international satellite cable capacity yet to me akosuru. Nti wa anye no na etosi kakra. But it's something which needed to be done. small sections of it omo am berry omo an two form ama na nko form ye ama na to me anye to the acceptable limit no.
Yes.
Ye baba tutu ni nyina sasiesie ni nyina ebio.
Really?
I'm telling you, and the records are there.
At an extra cost?
At additional cost. Me more contractor needing. Well known Ghanaian contractor be omude adwumane man.
And then no cost
me
additionally bear saying
me I can get the figures for you. At additional cost, ya baba ye because baby ane da no ebi densuom ebi tete assassin any into fiber cuts de bubruja. But essence say aban na nkasa akoboka akogye sa facility no amayaye a ebeye aban adwapade.
Yes.
Want me nkasa nya waban na ye ntu behwe amana say that's not my style. And whatever needed to be fixed no we fixed it. And then we put it under different management. And ne omo who uses our service omo hu say 1,010 kilometers and omo ye, which is useful for opening up that section.
That section.
But
a total kilometers of fiber optic layers or mine you're saying.
Me see one project pe
yes.
E-government network.
Yes.
As on mine ye lay 3,500 kilometers of fiber. The records are there. E-government network connecting all district assemblies across the country.
Yes.
Selected post offices, police stations,
Asempa
courts, hospitals, 2 universities, Ghana Metro offices, and NITA offices and so on. Lay 3,000 kilometers of backhaul fiber. One project. And 500 kilometers of last mile fiber. But I know so say yes comparison now for me pedestrian. Because governance is a continuum. Nyobia I know so be a council. Sa network here me I'm going to work on connecting it with Nita managing. I include Eastern Corridor. Any LTE network na Nita work.
Yes.
Ye be kind no boom. Yes, see a rural telephony network. Yes, see so far yes see almost 1,500 sites.
Cell sites.
Cell sites. Yes, see almost 1,500 cell sites since we came. 430 in 2017-2018. And I see 1,010 from 2020 to date. Aka 1,006. Aye beye equipment aye DBC 1,016 you know warehouses musisi a make say. Inti aka skasem kakra. Na ye nyeska o budget ni mo a ye de eba beye. Inti by the end of this year na ye wie sa 2,016 cell sites in addition to 430 na ya to put it into perspective. NDC 8 years, almost year 78.
Cell sites 78.
78 cell sites. And almost power challenge.
And for be a own no cell site na what do they do?
And also train towers na telecoms companies no ede omo services and nam so to me and make calls no. NDC 2017 to 2009
and 9
to 2016 almost 78. Ekufuado ba umia abai 2017 to date you see 1,440. There's no basis for comparison because there's a need which needs to be met. And yansusu yabetwa nyomo ye yeneso. Now why you saw digital interventions, mobile money interoperability, online learning, e-commerce, omo idea grow with Facebook, omo tonyama wo Instagram ni ade. Now obiti ekurabia say no only networker. How does he engage with this economy? It's not possible. On the onya Ghana ni. Inti ayabaya said say o treat network no ko hono no susu enyebi. Even with 2016, you to mean cover omo ni network ni nyinara. Inti ongoing adwuma te say ye ka kwan aban bi ebe o ye kakra no bi a beto as yentumi nyene nwie da but yeguso inti kakra na we're narrowing the digital divide nyina ka digital infrastructure na aban aye no emu nia he na NDC fo ye ya yen ma won credit no
data center absolutely critical
nyomasi no world class yen the cloud overlay ababa beto so tina ye won national government cloud ye use data center no ewo me fasa akwanya iso aka a kire enwumakuo nyina ewo memu ha se ehu hia se wankasa besi data center ye wo world class data center ewa ha ye use for yen services obian kan baby ada se omunsi data center. I will be the last person to say so, but there were challenges that been a data center. Some components needed to be repaired and replaced. In fact, na Kumasi mama can say more. Maybe pass out.
And not so okay. So somebody was a Ghana 40. This is information for the Ghanaian people.
Kumasi na ya what is almost what was supposed to be a disaster recovery site. Kumasi. A mirror of data center. Nanso na bibi say wakra data center na. Ye ni sika de be ye ebe repair nit no mako tu ne wo Kumasi no e dem very fix akra de no. Ye decide ye ba ban mu na Kumasi de no enye adwuma. Because the tutubu components e de repair ni asai e wo akra no. Ni esi da bi. Wo hia disaster recovery. Say yen data center enya cyber attack bia. E was say yenya the same equipment, a mirror of it baby near to me edia asa ama yen systems number up bio. Enunti enna, in fact they even started that process and I've said so to commercialize enyemani bia na nita eye no because abai uka say abai adwuma ye for enya nunti ne fa won adwuma we were not trained for that. Enti na omo bon ho modern yire won ho so betumi ahwe sanya so but e do baby no na afi eburu won so enti niam ni bi touchma and then there was a backlog of maintenance which needed to be done. Cooling systems na there be a problem and na we are trip or na we are trip you can't have that in a world class data center. Ya share affixing ni nara yes see a new disaster recovery center Kumasi adwuma sisia make say a new cloud government cloud overlay ECG omunya won cyber attack
yes
and you move one systems no koya ene omuso etumi ahye omwadwuma na omayenemu ekina. Let me repeat it, say governance is a continuum. Ube yebi obi ba baba beto aso no ayebi aka no obi nso baba beto aso no ayebi aka ho. And yes, they built the data center. It had challenges. We fixed it. We are still working on it. Yensa eda ho de bia. Enti momo susun kan te said ye omo no mba be ye bibi no obi ama me ye hwe. Kakra na omo be ye no, ye gitum so omo ye bi kakra. Na ye de atra kra from where they left. You build the foundations. Key foundations were built. But mobile money interoperability has nothing to do with our national data center. Paperless port has nothing to do with the national data center. National ID.
Yes.
National ID. Estati kufo empenso. Na maintenance yanse almost say baumyanya hwe no mo ye.
Yeah, I'm gonna start with Margins Group.
And you're almost started national ID kufo na chance.
Everybody knows, but card, the current card, yeah, you usually was started by them.
Miss Remy Bisase, eba ne say. And as someone na musia someone na musha sia. Ye can't say ye ba ye re-registration. Mukuti aya to the extent some boycott or parliament. Ekache Ghana for nyina se ma ye nkonkontro ye ndin enya national ID card no. Sem ampania pa se mo na mo de ba ya. Enya mo dempo se obi afa ne mo hya ase na or expanding it to another level ana. Wouldn't you be happy about that? enso mo kutia ye ko ho demonstration ma mo boycott parliament fa he kosi he obi akotwo ne din krapo a hey ye nyani o memu ha ye refi. Have we forgotten so soon? Said the NDC for attacking National ID project. They say, "Omon pre a henny ha emiye juma." Margins project na no more foreigner registration. Now omoye Ghana registration cards na. I know for a fact say as at the time I buy in the crapono, they were going through a procurement process to get a company a beba be national ID no, and their preferred company was not Margins. I mean fancy here. So they were going through a procurement process at the time.
You take it over
for national ID no.
For Ghana for the no.
For Ghana card registration, no, they were going through a procurement
and they had settled on another company
which was not Margins.
Yeah, but then how is it possible? Because one of the first things Dr. Bawumia's vice president AAA was to convene a meeting of all the stakeholders on Ghana card. In that meeting, some Margins hobby. In the Margins, why was Margins in there?
They had settled on a company which was not Margins. Dr. Bawumia and Frey.
Yes.
And of Frey, all stakeholders. Has nothing to do with what NDC was doing before we came to power. Because baby Kobia EID a critical component
thing,
foundational foundation of any digital economy. Who here say electronic ID no. Free President Kufuor time na I know troka President Kufuor ja hoko ya Kufuor ba mfie nwotwe yehu ni omo de ye troka foreigner de ne de na omo efiri ama no ne ba omba beji won card na Ghana fo yen Ghana for ye nipa dodo na ye sa Ghana card ne anamon be na no mu etufa ho me si no mo aye tender bi ya conclude enye Margins na nanka omode ema no inti se yen yakwa kofa Margins aba mo nka so no mode ne ba me de eye me de se Margins ye Ghanaian company na yenya arehemu wo mu some betumi aye se adwuma so yi ama omemu nyina ne ye ma won akwanya
Asempa FM
omo so aye ama aye fe enne amanonefo kra efre won so omo so ma meboa won se adwuma no eye me ahohoaho say indigenous company ene ye se adwuma no. Was that their first choice? No. In the same vein eye me ahohoaho say digital property address system Ghanaian company a free fanum and a year. What tin some more kafa ho ye introduce no. And I know so murefi. And also man kwentia. Did they fight against it?
But is that thing working? A year Juma.
A year Juma pa.
Really?
A year Juma pa.
You use it, sir, up no use.
So many businesses have been built on that. So many of Nshishaya are anchored on digital property, mobile money interoperability, financial inclusion, EID, a digital address system, a tripod. You need to be able to identify your people.
Yes.
You need to know where they live, who they are. Banks KYC near the when ya sa physical identification of where your people are located, it's almost impossible to do it. And nothing uncle for Nanko to me loans near the idea na
Omoyira.
Nina can hope into an risk near higher na interest rate so
it was
wrong. And ne bank BIA or digital addresser, he knows where you are. So it's provided certainty in the business environment, not just for banks. Utility companies extend a service amawa omunim baby awo untumi yirem enti digital property address system eye adwuma pa Registrar General, I'll give you an example. May kun share na juma say ewo ekufu like.
Yes.
Oko register ewo Registrar Generals na juma or Registrar Generals department. Eden a 10 number MI as is the practice.
Yes.
Ena obey fee. Because of filling forms ni nyina de the digital address ni ade nyina ehye no. And in the telephone number or one on your text message. Every Adenta Municipal Assembly say who say we register the company. Na company no one metropolitan area no. Enti one was over a business operating license be ewo. It will cost him so much. He can pay by mobile money. On sending electronic receipt. One call Adenta. But because I did the digital address, they are linked with they send the notification to Adenta say company be register located in your metropolis. The details ni, and they contacted him. And okotria permit be also tria electronically. And omode ni certificate ebreno. How were they able to know say Adenta municipal under Adenta municipal metropolitan assembly owner ni businesses no one digital address?
Yeah, but what the Ghanaian people would want to know, for example, they say ebia obika so oba bestrame na men sending the location. Unza oko Google Maps, you can do that and send the location. Can that be done on the Asasi GPS app?
Opa input digital address no into the search feature of Google Maps. Said because it is linked to Google Maps.
To Google Maps. My SI integration.
Yes. Inti adwuma de eye bi pa enyumekuo ahoro a omu use who have designed applications with digital address no. Hundreds.
But is that not why your critics say building that whole Asasi GPS app was somehow superfluous? Because a Jumanka Google Maps ebitimi ayedada.
Pacho Google Maps or wo address. Uko bank now ye KYC.
Yes.
And they ask you to give your residential address. How is Google Maps going to help you with that? How is Google Maps going to determine what your residential address or business address is? It can't. It can identify your location based on satellite, whatever it is, GPS technology. Able to me identify your location.
Yes.
Now, again, now betro as your address no ewo will form now will fill in so. Mind you, Ghana card bia there's a place for you to indicate what your digital address
Absolutely.
is. And there's a reason for that. When you're filling any form, passports, whatever, you have to indicate what your digital address is. Oko Bank now apply for a bank account. You have to indicate what your digital address is. Bank now has to be able to locate you. Whatever business you're dealing with needs to know what your address is.
Yes.
Near to me, a designer almost may reach you when they need to. And that is why Ejumana is so absolutely critical. And to Mr. Ramon, even to me, I can try Google Maps. Google Maps is used for all manner of things. But when it comes to identifying the actual address, residential or office location of a human being in this country now, it can't do that. Under our digital address system, every 5 meters square inch of land in this country can be traced. Intimi jina ha sisi a mehu aha saying address any gate nano address na different. And that's what makes it unique. Timayem belittle the impact of it. Abua amaya formalize it your economy ye but you go so intiane you can run but your data no use. That's one of the problems that I have with Ghana for information na yen na ye kita ewa enso yen fa nya adwuma said ye was ye di adwuma tinka police fo te say abrochire But then, thankfully, we are linking all those systems in T. And over 200 police stations, Yama on high-speed internet through this government network. I built 3,000 fiber kilometers of fiber. It's very easy for the police to, on that high-speed network, no broadband network, no. Type in your digital address. Your digital address. Now you type what. You should be able to query the digital property address database to identify say Asempa address near now. So one ma fake one now. You should be able to, with your Ghana card details, no pop up digital address now or the register and the Ghana card. No much check here who say no one out there manana. Databases no wo. A information where you saw. It is a files is a good shelf swa. A woman. And to me, there's a quiet revolution unfolding, and we'll be having a serious conversation about maximizing the use of our data governance, and all of that this year.
This year,
absolutely, we'll be and bringing all multiple stakeholders together. In fact, is it Ochna now? Need a 4-year meeting, by the way, about data centers.
Oh, okay.
Any cloud computing agencies, well, the regulatory aspects of it. Companies with data centers.
Yeah.
So, well, and the electronic transactions regulator. Matias, yes, regulator first.
They have to regulate
operator. So they have to start implementing their regulatory functions. Shasia, no. To say the NCA.
Sure.
Share electronic communications, no. Need to share electronic transactions. To be electronic transaction be here. Nita. But I'm saying on best say humanas now some sensitization amount for T as CNT and no commoni be and no china. Is it tomorrow? Or tonight Wednesday?
Or tonight Tuesday.
Wednesday.
That should be Wednesday.
Omone impenifo nyina ekodi ewo is a Mensvik Grand.
Okay, that's East Legon. Yeah.
They're meeting there to discuss cloud computing and crofo nyina. There's no regulatory framework for it in Ghana. They put in place one omone won ekwakodi hu nkomo. Any data centers and so ye kwakodi hu enkomo. To data analytics near the nyina how to utilize our data. I was saying no so yehwe na because data ne de wo ho osha World Bank ne IMF ne manema omo even more accurate information than us about things happening in our own country. But information in na wo ho use omo don ba bebisa na ye de ama wo no mo de akwa ye analysis ye na ba say yinkom, and then we quote World Bank statistics when we are the primary data source. We have to move beyond that. And the statistical services so kasa about how to give them access to some of this data, particularly telecoms data. Now, onward to me, use. So na manage kasa about how to give them access to SIM registration data, and then so no more to me.
But and only critical because you know, sir, even against the e-levy law now, which says, transfer from a bank account to our mobile money and what's it too. The banks claim say they don't have the data of mobile registration. And they say me account our bank A. Omu name said the owner of this account in bank A. No one assign only this mobile number. Into me transfer if we have this data, why are we keeping it?
We have the data, we are not using it. No bank, not even the Bank of Ghana, has come to ask.
Really?
Yes. The data, yes, in registration, the data never. What use are we putting to it? GRA baby. So we are working on the modalities of how they can have access because GRA the data will be also the money.
Yeah, but the banks,
no
government
bank has come to ask.
Government exists to solve problems. Why do you wait for the banks to come and ask? Because the banks now are largely private banks. It's in their interest on better for to boost more profit margins. And they say a buy person solve a problem. You push the data on them, take it and implement it. But it's a no-brainer. Say me I'm a was said me name say it was a bank news and me account and me answer me number because that's the reason why we queued to go and register. That then you have problems with honorable.
What problem?
Yeah, you have a problem.
Only baby a solution no. Now to 1 hour.
Meaning say me data ministry no and I say we're in the custody of the communications ministry. Banks is what would me data. No.
That database is available. Come and access it. Then is who will be ending the lane. No, I have a baby Samia. I am very willing to collaborate and cooperate with any government agency which requires any information that I have control over.
Very well. The other thing they say
they should come.
They should come
so that we talk. May catch statistical service when your friends say.
Professor
you kunshia mu biase na na complaining am se bra na eni hu nkomo nti wa tro me na me ni na ma ABC me ye election na ye no awie sisi amenya no adaje omra na ye ntena na ye hwe kwan ebetumi aboa no
because it's so critical, especially with the banks.
So much data, it's untrue. How are we utilizing it, analyzing it, mining it? Data is the new oil. Niema ebetumi edi aye no.
But because a new oil tina say o ministry ni so mo fade na time on ya say mo pese mo betai ma mo dia.
Me de.
But you should forward it to the Bank of Ghana. Data ni niemu. Why should they come in?
To the Bank of Ghana? Confidential information.
Yes.
So it has to be handled under proper protocols.
Sure.
So come and let's sit down and agree on the modalities for you to access the
data.
I can't do that.
Yeah.
But one kasamu who say bibi atochima ewo wadwuma nimu na eho esafua ewo meme ho enti memra ana no anu yi ewo meme ho enti mo ba ma yatena se nia twekwan ebetumi afa so. Why not? It's in my interest to do that because eboa aban adwuma enti so omoni mu a me ka kire wo we are available
the
to
data
collaborate
is there very well
for them to access it.
Obviously.
Thank you.
Mamenshare job creation under your ministry because again in our flag bearer statement he said say through digitalization almost will be to create 1 million jobs. Currently more criticizing with this digitalization drive.
I don't have the figures offhand, but I can just give you an idea. Ghana Tech Lab and a Kumasi Business Incubator.
Yes.
Omo contract B under e-transform. Eboa ama omwe trainee yemebu. Na enu no
Asempa FM.
Omwe to me a trainee beye. I'm trying to pull up the figures. I want to
It is sana honorable Mamemfa way in Trem honorable but just go through it. Now you can get the best returns on your investment when you invest with iVest. iVest is way secured fixed term investment product or modiaba. Na Iswe say iVest way would offer you so much more with a minimum of 5,000 Ghana cedis over a minimum period of 3 months. In fact, so person will earn more. Then you can increase your earnings by investing over a maximum period of 12 months. Into when you are investing, invest right and invest wisely. Open an iVest account today and invest your way to massive wealth. iVest, real value for real people. Uni is winning komo on 0596 914 843. Na mention when a fixed term investment you do scan it toho na what wajimu so bebre enti moma yen hye so Izwe iVest ho asem na make kyeremu yi syntax tank nso se ene open tank pa dia store in sua the only tank is syntax tank strong sign so tough color bi a wope ye be ama guarantees bi a wo hia inner layer bi a wope double triple and quadruple inner layers ye be e de amount fa ho ne ade a wo hia. In fact, no matter your water needs, Syntex has got you sorted. You have over 300 agents nationwide. Your number, if you want to order a tank afre, 0244 335 168. 0244 335 168. Syntex tank, strong, tough. Ain't mama in so and so Consolidated Bank Ghana. Say omudi payday loan aba na sa we salaried worker we obi a yetua wo ka bosome na wo hia financial support wo hia skapa de atwa wo ho even before your next paycheck wo hia quick funds to solve urgent financial needs because CBG's payday loan is your answer. You can access as much as 85% of your monthly salary in advance. In the bit amount 85% of your monthly salary in advance. Near amount a 30-day window for you to repay. Secure as much as 20,000 Ghana cedis in just 2 business days. In just 2 business days, no, you amount 20,000 Ghana cedis. The best part, no, and it's you don't need a collateral. In when we here, so they collateral be a ebeko akwakoto. You amount 20,000 Ghana cedis in just 2 business days. And visit any of our 114 branches nationwide or kindly reach out to our contact center at 0302 216 000. T's and C Supply, CBG. We stand with you. We are buying Juma and what then payday loan, CBG, the amount as much as 20,000 Ghana. You can access that in 2 business days. The amount 30 days window. I'm out here and kakran. Into Monshan and so am I. Honorable Onsaka.
I am in Saka.
Good.
Accra Guitar Center.
Yeah, Accra Guitar Center, sure.
Yeah, well, Ghana Tech Lab. Accra Digital Center, Nankasa Susu, Itrini, and Krofu.
Yes.
Some in partnership with others. I should let them come and tell their success story there. Yet that NDC Fwasi say Omusi Accra Digital Center.
Sure.
Ebiano November 2016.
Yes.
Nema akande na wohwe mfoni na as a computers isi ho ni tables isi ho nyina omko han. Eno mo de yes launch no.
Omoye launch no. Launch na Dr. Manebu Amane former President Mahama call Eco Kate Eco Commission project no. Omko rent computers no.
Sa.
Eno mu ye omo sign the call. In the mobile na eden na mu use.
Shini. But
how is that possible?
I'm telling you. Media me man koto hwe wo hono. Maybe. Me de minim.
Okay.
Maybe. Omu free hono no obi ko wia sa na ma. Because as at the time, and I have the pictures, I'll send them to you. As at the time, about 2017, na da keto ene si hono mo. Roofs were leaking, the floors were coming apart. Walls were falling off at the seams.
That was just 2 months after the collision.
Thank you. Mesewo, I'll show you the pictures. MEF Frere contractor, who was a good friend of mine, said, Madam Pesa, Kona Kosiesi, Niamana, Kosu, Asaise, or Honor, and he did at his own cost. There was no connection to internet or electricity there. At the time, you take it over. 12 units na wo hono. Maybe main one na offices ni wo mu. Eno kwa na light wo ho. Nyaka de nyinara. No connection to internet or electricity. Yen ne ba be ye. Na no so me hwe ne se e aban adwapade. To won hwe mesi ho me sei.
Asempa FM.
We equipped it. We connected it to a high-speed internet. Not a single company na wo hono mu. As at today I can say 40 companies ena operative Accra Digital Center honomo. Not a single person had been trained there as at the timer yen taking over. To date, onward training over 30,000 people. A creative 3,108 digital jobs. Any 315 ancillary jobs. Ewo sa sector. Yema ye ni kuhu. Na yema ye mebu no digital skills. They can do even more by creating jobs for themselves. Yewo Ghana Tech Lab. Ewo ho no me kan say omo wene anya hanam kokano. Omo wene international competitive bid bi. Omo ni Kumase incubator. Ena wene sa bid no. Enti yewo M Lab ene iHub ayo ho no omo di training enkrofo. Fee 2017 Omo Ghana Tech Lab no supported 656 startups. Eye young entrepreneurs omo ideas omo bua won ne said yombesi ahyehyehye omo ideas no. Ye training 21,316 youth ewo different digital programs ewo Accra Digital Center no emu. Baby ewiase ekoi. Ye mebun te ha no mu so si ye ni adwuma ya. Adwuma bebre wo ho, but you have to have the right skills to access it. Ewie ya ansa na meba ha na me ne New World Bank country director no edin komo obe pay courtesy call ewo me ho na ni edin komo. And I can cyber security ho asem. There's a skills shortage globally. It was our sector. Tia boy mebu no munya sa akade no ne esuahuna.
Yes.
Sa experience ne sa skills na. They can walk into a job today. And now make us say. Yene Smart Africa Digital Academy. Ye training be Kofi Annan ICT Center NAA. I think they're training up to 10,000 youths. Cloud computing, artificial intelligence, data analytics, and it's nyina. Amazon Web Services and a partner won no more aye. Uwie training na adwuma wo ho ema. Obetina Ghana heya aye adwuma no ama wo ne atua wo in foreign exchange. Now wa odi abo obra. It's possible. Say Mampeni abedi echire yem flag bearer e can say we can create 1 million jobs for our youth through digital skills now. I believe it. Now o share yen demographic dividend now. Africa ye wo mebun bebre esin wiase afa na nyina. Europe near America any Asia kra omwenyi many of their workers no ben retirement age. Almost so enwo kese. Nti ase omo ase ehye. Inti mebu na ebeye adwuma a support omo retire no. They don't have the numbers. Inti awase omo import mebu no eba every baby ebeye se adwuma no. Where are they going to get those skills from? You have the Americas, South Americas competing for that. Certain parts of Asia are competing for that. Africa is a huge opportunity just waiting. Inti debia minya platform bia internationally and nationally na make kasa me say omomomweni nku giving the youth of Africa digital skills. It solves multiple problems. Amamfo pre visa akwa abotira akwa ye adwuma nyina yi utibetumi atena Ghana heya $80 uwo the right skills uye adwuma virtually online and who hia say obefa esre yi so no akwa wu ewo eposo Morocco ana bibi ewo because you want to get to Europe tena heya but get the right skills. And I'm excited. Say why ye no they focus because ye who potential. Artificial intelligence, cloud computing, machine learning, data analytics, cyber security, so many other avenues. Opportunities no. Google cyber security jobs today. Cecia, open vacancies eba all over the world. And our data analytics. Quantum computing, you name it. And to make once a man, I'm passionate. I'm excited. Because we don't have to have this scourge of youth unemployment. So you better focus on digital skills. No biana a wo interest a woman. But me, I'm a young person bia e kasa me say look into this direction.
Yeah.
You will get a secure future. You will get your own jobs. Na nya ban e na epe adwuma yi amawu.
Well, because of Yemren into your DAC, I wanted to ask you this question. Sir, you've been Minister of Communications for 7 years. If the president had called you, sir, or mount 2 options, choose one, whether Odi Ejumane Betua Mubi Ababe replace you and answer Obetua Swa, Kaobe.
You don't have that luxury.
No, me say assuming without admitting. Say or mouse are 2 options now.
Or mommy alternative.
Because there are colleague ministers or more walking to the president say, my bre, I've done my best. Jumana Farmer Obi Fofro. Would you have contemplated this?
I have never thought about it because memre. We serve at the president's pleasure.
Sure.
Or can say mo why I did. Na me pese ukona Obi Fofro ebeye ejumeya. Unwi uniya udanasi se empo 16 million Ghanaians hinyina 32 million Ghanaians hinyina oyi se wo kona kohwe sa ministry ha emami no se enne ko no be from mameya. Thank him for the opportunity to serve and move on. Another door will definitely open for you to also help with the development of your country. I like my sector because I'm boring. Adia zenyina bibi fufroba. Enti utrawa ejuma bebre so wo I was say yeah but anyame nko na metumi aye. Enti so se ochina odi obi fufro eba. Meda na se o ma me sa akwanya no.
But you are not tired, at least you have the
me de ye fra me honam pa adwuma. Ye fra me honam pa adwuma. Ebi ni hone kura na me amekope. I do a few things in public and in private.
In private.
Me wo and I mean can wasem. Ubesramia.
Me baby hu.
Ubesramia. Metro one of my retirement jobs.
Oh, okay.
Once to be doing one dance.
Oh, okay. Okay. But your seat in Ablekuma West seems to be under threat.
I don't think so.
Oh, you think so?
Absolutely.
I mean, I've been driving. Constituency. I've been driving around and me huge billboards of Reverend. Reverend needing the saying. Reverend Kwekuado on the contest the last time, and he's coming back again. I mean, that should send some shivers down your spine, and
But I primaries no. Mr. Subin constituency.
Yes.
Honor
Eugene entry one, yes. Subin.
I think I saw the largest billboard I've ever seen in my whole life. Online. I ran genogram in Kennedy. Said no contested primaries. Cra. I'm say we need third cra. Nya billboard net to about. The urban and so the any monopa.
Kwekuado, Reverend.
The urban no here, yeah there wa. Me say me meet toward day because Ablekuma West won him juma mayo. What time? Okwadua.
No way in America.
No way in America too. On one cousin him say he has an uphill task. Billboard. Any other to have.
But o gap, winning margin, I say a sort, and I say you don't see that to be a worry.
This is my 3rd term.
Yes.
I'm going for my 4th.
Your 4th term.
Watch the space. Watch it closely. Your primaries here I call you. I ran to no be contesting. Was you to me then we win area and I'm see you I ground for. Why any parliamentary candidate? Thank you. Come 7th January
2025.
I'll be sworn in as the MP for Ablekuma West.
And hopefully that will be your final term in Parliament. Reverend Kwekuado.
No banner here.
Reverend Kwekuado.
Who is he?
Reverend Kwekuado. Who's my body name and
Who Who is he? Man who can do nali. Pamcho better and I'm a cancer. Pamcho Monte.
Reverend Kwekuado.
Be a water. Nobody know here.
A honey won't.
Nobody know here.
My final question to you now, Yajao Kwaimawako. Do you? Oh, Nasa Nenye, the only Nkomwa you will come back. Do you relish becoming vice president of Ghana?
Relish? I don't plan my future.
How so? But that's not a good statement to
my
make.
Life, because my life and times are in the hands of God.
Yeah, but you still have to plan.
Eradi. Anything.
Ne Eradi ankasa kra wo plan. Eradi na wo kan wo plan. Also, I know the plans concerning you to bring you to absolutely.
Thank you. Intinya de me pe. Ne Eradi epe. Ewo me mabrabe.
Yes.
Enu ne bebe. Into wherever the Lord places me, at whichever point in time, me dana se, mambisa se, ejuma inti ebe ane se. Inti anya me plans, or now what I relish, or what I want. My life and times are in the hands of the living God. That's your answer.
But you've heard say your name is making rounds in potential running mates.
And so, near Radia can't find me home.
But Obi hold to make us who resist you because Obi made a vice president there, Darby. Obi to make us a
Wafe. Near Radia can't find me home. And no.
And a baby.
Minim se Radia cansa afa me home. Timim pepre me home. En konko me who and so edaye.
But sometimes you have to work towards the end you seek. In this case, unim political game, you have to be doing the right things to get you there. Are you doing that? And I say, oh no, what was I say emrameto?
Me see the radio can for me hono.
Ebebem.
Say nepa. I don't have to lift a finger. Ebeba. Yes. Me life sa na mabo me bro. Baby, I didn't be I give whatever you may be a warrior no.
100%.
100+%. Me
Asempa FM.
And I'm a no so a baby other opportunities. Emma me kopre. Nanso enya to me na so se menya. Me yam eye ni ye Erade adumunti.
A Baumia Esla ticket can win the MPP the election. No.
Oh, Esla will enhance anybody's opportunities anywhere. Same wa wafa. Erade adumti. Kunim die nkwa. Wo obi se me wa wafa. Me ne wo ye adwuma bia. Erade adumti se de me de me sidi me honam nyina agimu nti. Ebesi me no mienu nyina yi. But me de mesre. Ye nyai papa no. Ne ekos ne bia metan.
Sa
ye nyai no. No nwa nkasa mfanani entofo. Enya ne pensempensemu ne hwehwemu. Na onyi oni a o feel se obetumi ene na aye adwuma.
Asempa FM.
Na nkunimdi aye ndia. Na waboa no na adwuma ye eno
2020.
Yes.
2024 rather. But you've also heard because minim say Ufi Ashanti region, meboa. Ufi Eastern region. You've heard say this time or say
free. Baby I'm free.
Okay, mpacho catch him. Because minim matese Ufri Achim, maybe say Ufri Kwewu, maybe say I don't know.
Me okani mapa.
Akani.
Me okani mapa. Infanti.
Okay.
Achim wom.
Ewom.
Kwewu.
Ewom.
Bono ewom bono no nso me firi brekum aye nchi efi asante. There you have it.
And you tick all the boxes on.
Se no kwa de a enko mo ni how nanso media me si enya papa no.
Yes.
Na ono ankasa in choosing that. I don't think baby Alfrino should even be a factor.
Yeah, but it should. I mean, looking at our kind of politics, it should.
Yeah, well, maybe it should.
Yeah.
But nipa betumi na aye adwuma. Among kunimdie.
Absolutely.
Aye odia. Any aye party ni dia. Eno na won say ohwe. Yeah. Enti choka nyina aye de ha no. Munya no.
Na ono
making a decision. Media baby omdim be kwa go wie bia. Maye krado se me som me man. Na masom me party so. Enti wherever I find myself, I'm willing to contribute 120, 50, 200%. But my life and times are in the hands of the living God. Na nyewa kan fa me ho nso. Eno ene bebe.
Honorable Mayor Nasi, we'll get you back one more time near Science Wedding Komobio. Why? And we'll look at the other things. Why?
Meda was so for opportunity, yeah.
Mate.
Odia mamena. Mene wetierfo abedi enkomo. It's always a pleasure.
A pleasure. Honorable Esla Owusu Ekufo, MP for Ablekuma West and Minister Communications and Digitalization. She's been a cabinet minister for the past 7 years. And Matisi Eneno AD Enkomo. Yenkuti we Emra Yeba is here. Lawyer Chum Berema and say the discussion segment no eba 6:30 Yameadoma. Yes. No problem. And Atik Mohammed would also join us. Yeah, but is here I'm training.
Midinde Frederick Niyate Amugi. Mende mfie eduason enum. Me wo mankasa majuma na msan ye sinitwene nso. Maye sini ho adwuma beye mfie eduonum miensa. Minni moja mroso ana esichire yare biara beye mfie eson ne a mihu ise se migunsu a na mayase ya meyaw eye ohaw maame efise na mihu amane na se migu nsu mpo a minya tinka se junson ni bi akamu ehya ase no na enye ohaw bebre nanso mfie mienu a etwamu yi ohaw no jensem afi kurade na mebre ankasa ansa junson no aba mete oyaw bebre metinka se Johnson ni bi aka Johnson to anu mini membu sianfuru tu kwa akwekura se me babere manu a oken free no gina okwam mpen pi sene ebeye megunsu edu anajufa anajufa na me konemu a me sore bebru mpen esia akogunsu asana ade achi ade esisa masetna pakra eyinti me hokanfo ne me manyina to me fose me nko ayaresabia nko hu doctor me koduru ho no doctor no ma me koye scan any lab nhwehwemu eyima ohun se menya ohaw bi a ekirese me prostate no aye kese eyinti doctor no ma me edru a opoto kasemu no wo frɛ no orthodox prostate drug na emwa me prostate no a ayekese no se woyo berema no wenya mfie aduanan rekoa obramo asetena enye mreokra na minim se wanhwe wo prostate no yie a etumi sisan wasetena pa obre a ufam se jonso account oyaw a ufam bre a urigunsu anajo sorry a ebrom pengesia se rukogunsu atinka se Johnson ni bi aka wo Johnson toamu eye ohaw pi me de doctor akachire mi se me prostate aye kesinti me sha se me refa abrofo prostate edro no me prostate akwantu yi me to aso wonia edi eyi echi no bio wanuwam na wienwaso
Se wuye bema shase ni tu anamo ewo wo prostate apomodin ho abra wo di prostate 60 ebo ho ban
wo benye bi wo pharmacy chemical any herbal shop bi emu ana frenye wo 024 649 0116
prostate 60 wo prostate apomodin any wapomodin.
Oh, boss, me the car na kopimo.
Hey, what the car to me so?
Boss, na one year insurance.
Charlie, menya mranko you na wo se me kwafuom
Wobetumi ayɛ insurance wɔ efuom hɔ.
na face wo se me san come market
Ka wobetumi ayɛ insurance no wɔ market hɔ.
na wo se me san so no enumre duane ma me yire o
Bonsu kitchen hɔ a no wobetumi ayɛ insurance wɔ.
na me da ye
And one is a send the WhatsApp akoma Obaya was 0242 426 396. Now for Provident Insurance so aboa wa your car insurance ama wo WhatsApp so bebiara wo bia.
enti bebia
Bebia. Say you betumi your car insurance bebia ne abrebia wo WhatsApp so send a message comma Obaya was 0242 426 396 and they are
Providence dear man you're covered
TBS roofing papa fee
Ya said ya baby mo Ghana for New Year DBS Industries Limited for say one more boat than is summer free. I want in the year free bonto. Nian so betom roofing sheets a papa. Woman dear drama and sunimu biabi. One more baba boss from kama. What ya say? Ain't you waiting any jism? Woman to miss off from what the free estimate from OCCA. Account number no 0240 844 444. Kumasi so dear 0506 004 141. Takradi 0506 004 242. DBS Industries Limited. Roofing Papa Fee.
No matter your size, duration, or preference, there's an option for you. With Flame Condoms, protect yourself, turn up the heat, and enjoy maximum pleasure. Give her an experience of ecstasy, exotic and extra pleasures with studded and ripped textures, vanilla and strawberry flavors for essential high, and a delay gel for longer pleasure. Go harder, go longer. Do the most with all the extra Flame offers. Keep it lit. Turn up the heat. Get your Flame condoms from pharmacies and over-the-counter medicine sellers. This advert is FDA approved.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
OneXBet. Bonuses are kesie. Odds are kakraka. And including the Nkwa. Download the OneXBet app no. Now your deposits ninya 300% bonus. It will do 3,445 Ghana cedis. Wait now open. To make a register with onexbet.com.gh. Now use the promo code Welcome Ghana. Ninya welcome bonus will first deposit. So OneXBet mau be brave. Gambling who are true to can wash you. Yeah, man, what would if you do what? Jamie Commissioner Jinka to way atum.
Hey, Nana Bedianko. I am mango. I Jumano. And I am mango. One wants an increase with libido. That's a dough bruta. That's a F Iron Man Vital Kawan. I'm a one combo. First what's in your baby. For Iron Man Vital. Let you money easy. Or prostrate your canoe. No Iron Man flow. Obey if he and Uncle Kawing Narame to my juice are correct. Iron Man flow. Or what to prostrate Howie. Bessiabe. Mananum, Jawa, IFM, Oma Bessiabanum Cossion Comway, Oya Bebri, that's a banana peta, IFM, Obama for your food, a pedelus waiter, Aya Slim Mix, Obama would too smooth, Heba, or drugstore Biaramo, September 0535 400 020 Anna 0546 100 100 Anna 050 875 8701 Edria Yamanyimpa owns in Fidwa watching about an one ben a painful and gratui FDA Hapenado Aya Heba healing the world.
Na science dia kesi agana fodi o power jet battery hono ye no kware o efisa me to me kai ma sesa battery be ye de wo ko sesa me discover power jet battery what me kai nya me si kwa mu bi me ne battery issue to kwanta pa ye o enti sesa de me ne power jet battery ambassador mi mo na nkrofo ka kwan so ma me jump o mo de na makamfo power jet battery mo hu se battery mu gwa hodo power jet car battery the Roxin Ventures na ko fa ba omo Shalom Sport runabout wo community 18 Sprinters Road from 0
0208090789 and 0242314774. Obenya Binsu Ashama, Kowanaso, Ochinenti Enterprise. Afi, battery shop will be a Wabusoka. Kumasi, Kwame Choba Enterprise, Pampaso, and a battery shop will be a Waswame Mazi. Amako Macro Junction, every Kaswako Winneba Junction, Swedro, Magazine, Takra, the Jasper Beer, Power Jet Battery Day, Power Jet Car Batteries. Oh, put that day.
Dachimbo Kanye, Masanso Ababim, Sese Kingdom Home Real Estate Development Limited. I am for Kramaye. Hey, Caneno, so Benya Sasi, ever a brie and I say Croupon, Nem Pobit Messu Deriano, a moon Samu Ayapi. Nanso enedie Kingdom Home Real Estate SCC Adana Wiekra or 3-bedroom and 4-bedroom houses are West Area Waton and a 2-bedroom apartment ni nyina bi ewo ho ensuo ne kanea so de e flow 247 ne bus security sam de abambo ene atumuda kra CCTV cameras atwa ho ahia na ewo serene environmental ewo good weather condition pa de ni gire de ni kan se so wotie an estate ni mu a not tourist site awodo atwa ho ahia ebi ti se every Botanical Gardens, Boti Falls, Aqua Safari Resort, and also a Bentete Kwashi Hospital and so. Enti Sawti Kingdom Home Real Estate dia. Na uti ofia ankasa. Enti minuanu mamufra bridge laba. Na mope be a good weather condition wo akwa kwatena de. Mumra anaso pese otodan. E de mamomi ni popi betre baby o masumba twu o dia. Ene e bra Kingdom Home Real Estate. Enya ira kwan kra. Ye obi e wa Kropon ene bi nso wo abri. Ufri Adenta Aircon e 30 minutes drive pe na wo mo adan no so de ye fofofo. Enti sa wo pedan atode a. Ene e frɛ yen sesie. Frɛ na Accra office no. E wo 0240 521 276 and now so bit my friend a Kropon office it was 0555 612 611 Kingdom Home Real Estate Development Limited Kasa.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Intuitive navigation. Navigate through an array of revamped categories that cater to all interests. Join the conversation with our interactive comments section. Get live TV,
confidence of the football
radio, and podcast of your favorite TV and radio shows on Joy and Adom platforms. Powerful search. Find any story with ease. With a simple click, access precisely what you're looking for. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
OneXBet. Bonuses are kesiye. Odds are kakraka. And inkunim di nkwa. Download the OneXBet app no. Na ye deposits ninya 300% bonus. It's me do 3,445 Ghana cedis. We na open die. To tumika ko register with onexbet.com.gh. Na use promo code Welcome Ghana. Ninya welcome bonus wo first deposit so. OneXBet ma wo bebre. Gambling ho atruti kan wa hwe yi. Nya ma wa wundi fie do wo. Hwe me commissioner Jinka to we atum.
Ghana Post. Hey, na no fe ukwanya kasa welcome say. Enya me brother Mr. Happiness na hame. Me see who say Ghana Post aye fast, reliable and affordable nti. Na nsen na numa ye ni de edwanya kuma me di e de kwama no e fa Ghana Post. We di ni nyina. Ene se wasa aswan masakodi dwa. Me de kwa Ghana Post yo. We Kobi kakra, adwene kakra, akrantie so shase. Ghana Post,
the most affordable delivery option for food and merchandise from Ghana to everywhere in the world. Connect with us today and see for yourself. Ghana Post, smart, secure deliveries.
Mensaka me package no. In less than 5 days, Ghana Post, they make life the big. Ghana Post will deliver to you wherever you are in the world.
With the Gopils lemon throat lozenges, abro. Gopils lemon throat lozenges. Emma hoto wa minimu yaos. Emma sentrene ahoto wo ewane minimu yawa ebata ho te se. Yare mwawa a edin yarewaba. Cigarette no, insano, ene mframa asenso. One tentem so. Gopils etwa ewa ene minimu yaos. Gopils lemon throat lozenges a eyemre no. Chicha wo tekrema so. Bra wo retafre wo wenum. Get set go. Enye man kola wo mundi influencia. Emene anase enre lozenges no. Se wonum na se wonwan to wa. Ene ko hu Dr. Asempa Pharmacy Limited. And imported Gold Pills. Almost one no distributed. Here Chirakwine, Timber Market, Ashaman Runabout. Your pharmacies and over-the-counter medicine sellers. Open the do it to any afraid 024-705-3104 and 059-329-3734. FDA Aji Gedian Kratoi Atu.
Malaria fever, typhoid fever, body and menstrual pain, cold and jaundice, loss of appetite, mono, say a punua, wonam ya,
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie, Samsung nie, Nokia nie, iPhone nie, say your printers, mobile phone, accessories. Franco Trading Enterprise afa our no TV. I this satellite, any ultra panels, abomuma
Facebook. Sauko Franco Trading Enterprise page. Nasa likes number 100,000. Ayomwa, any omuniga. Samsung www.francotrading.com. Android app. Aye Franco Trading. Instagram. Aye at Franco Trading. Nani pabadi for dosunti. Franco. Edi momo pay code number 189480.
Your branches on the Bebre Wagana baby. Nemo head office on the Twaya Dabraka opposite Roxy Cinema.
Tema Franco Community 1. One water works ne dianimre. Cycle. Aye opposite Odor Rise. Madina. Aye 100 meters away from the police station. Kaswa Franco ye opposite Kaswa Polyclinic.
And our prayer number is 0246 422 338 and 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise. Still phone Papa Fie. And you're not going.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yes where you?
Kwame, I done me we you. Aka roofing and a ceiling. Na me contract anon so say. Me fani na enko dan rocksters. Wonso wo kromo pan. Wo dwen ho sen.
Wo contract an won nimni ekọ. Ghana ha de e ba no quality metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and POP ceiling dia. Aye rocksters. Enfie bebre ni na rocksters. Ade roofing sheet papa ne ho aka de asum Ghana for.
Enka ye say ya no mu die nso ebo.
Eni adufudi achi na nkoto ade bone ne Sundache, Fre 0544-338041. Say a metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and POP ceiling dia. Fre Rocksters, na won chawuntum.
Hey, Quacho, Nansen, who ya pedianu?
Ama, Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules no me no me no. Menu mo to soma. Ena Nansen wo se obesore na me na ho. Eya na me kwa jogging. Ahoɔden na bedwa. Mitimi nante afuru sane a. Menti brebium sanse. Emoja ne timi free adwuma. Ana immune system no so eye na adwuma.
Kingdom Herbal Center for Dre. Ena wudi ho adanse no.
Men na mese wo se die ofura mefro wusane nso a mesane.
Anya kwadwo, mesme di asem asio. Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules na daroma. Ene amama yo Betsima.
Oyiwa Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules dra Food and Drugs Authority for Ajatum a boost to immune system. Why kesi boost for obesity wedropa. Eni ana rheumatism arthritis. Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules. Mo mopedo do to enko Kimberlin Avenue. Okaishi Draglin. Ewo Enchrine. Drugstore biemu we sabetimia kebi. Etimia Free Kingdom Herbal Center for 0275-804064 and 0302-938153. Kingdom Garlic Bitters and Capsules.
No challenger.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way. A better Africa.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Intuitive navigation. Navigate through an array of revamped categories that cater to all interests. Join the conversation with our interactive comments section. Get live TV,
confidence of the football community.
radio, can actually borrow, and podcast of your favorite TV and radio shows on Joy and Adom platforms. Powerful search. Find any story with ease with a simple click. Access precisely what you're looking for. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM. So ne Ekosiisen dwumadie no asogu so a wotie no ma yena mu nyina ase ensan so ma kwa ba bi emfa momra dwumadie. So and let me also remind all of you say wo adwentra your WhatsApp number no very very active. We just spoke with the Honorable Minister in charge of Communications. Now, let me see some of a few of the messages. Nafe Yentoa. So it's your birthday today. Kwejo Osei Bonsu. Kwejo Osei Bonsu. Of PIWC in Dansoman, and also of the Gospel Billboard, the voice behind your ministry. And the happy birthday to you, KOB Kwejo Osei Bonsu. Do have a really good birthday. This one also says, Obi, what can you please ask my sweetheart Esla? What has become of Surfline? We purchased their service and the company is no more functional in Ghana and no one refunded our monies to us. Nana Mponsa Bediakon. Nana, that's we say Obi. The person or candidate with the largest billboard during the swimming primaries was Kweku Dodu, who is also the original NADMO coordinator. I think he came fourth. Oh, okay. Ain't he? Yeah. I think there were five. Yes. It was Subing. That's Subing. Lawyer Maxwell Opokwajeman Nediwe Abba. Counsel, good evening to you, and I hope you're doing well. Oh, that's no, Eugene lost. Oh, Eugene lost. I think Eugene crowd, but it is a third or say third or fourth or so. I mean, not gap no between or no any pool winning was too wide. It was too wide.
There was a certain trend. Why now anti dear.
Oh, you sure?
Oh yes. I feel could be over to now. No suguni yum say. Says it here. Next round.
Yes, or say Sika Seminity because it's here Uniska for that level of Siketiano.
Now, why do you think that was? Say before then, now I'm complaining.
Sure.
But your mercenary is good. So
no, but eventually he also paid something.
And I mean, K.
Yes.
Sentinel no suguni yamno. Because you see, you are, and I think that look, we have to have a national conversation about the rule of an
yes.
You know what is it?
Now I'm on frontier.
Because it is not worth it to go and invest an average of 3 million cedis to become an MP.
To become a parliamentary candidate.
In fact, to become mostly these are in constituencies that they are guaranteed victories. Until, let's just say, to become an MP, when your net salary for the entire 4-year period and 1 million.
Yeah, but say share parliament and so the opportunities and Nioma Ebana and your net salary in
which opportunities?
But you serve on committees. I mean, there are other ways of.
I've had the privilege of attending workshops and seminars with some of these MPs, and sometimes Omukwa Mikai, there was a time that workshop was it was funded by a CSO.
Okay,
but parliamentarians are they came as a committee, so per diems were paid by Parliament. What is here?
I'm told saying Komoa many honorable Esla also Ekofo AD and Dr. Edward Omane Boama say or some few comments to make. Ma meneno in the no something brief, yes. Also nyabotre. Honorable Akwaba na pom to saying
Nyamiadum boko Bajonzo
Nyamia domain so me ho papa. Matese yen komo a many SLD and or some few comments corrections to make me pato yet you.
With the kakra bi yenyim fi ho tew. I got 1 or 2 calls. One na a question about say Eastern Corridor fiber no. And the whole Accra leg of the Eastern Corridor fiber. Second one had to do with Accra Digital Center. Obi, sir, assembly. This is not the first time my friend was stationing. Now, MAS said, Minister, only a studio or a me free. The last time Obaho is more than 3 years near, and I kind the same thing. I phoned in. I corrected her. The corrective no as a mokanya say me de bia me tata no. Enya me de se de bia me tata no. I was one of the few ministers me fear by or no as the government representative. A friend your team yenyina ebo yabaso our national data center no eso eduma pa na yaye aban ebeko aban ebeba obi beyebi na o the baton no ama the next one na ono so ayeden watwaso asema ye kasisia wo yemamu ha e wo digitalization go and say a dream say Dr. Baumia epese Ghana for jitum say enema na oye no ono na odebahe. So for me, if a MPP may be kasa na yetimi force no money explain say NDC say name say ni intia. In fact, try me pano why NDC adwuma ma no unimi intia. E chese Dr. Baumia or your person. Digitalization claims now all claim no. E chese enya no credit. Look, National Data Center obi antimi nje watching NDC ni see.
No, but no the minister Emma Musa credit say no the mu na mu see.
Very good. Yeah. But unim oka bibi so fiber no from Ho to Boko. And I can't get well. And you see, say, Papa be Bobra and now maybe Bobra, no woo, no Jawa Japade. Na ube hu Japade na who a Juma a course so a womb. Sabria Yanam Wulugu Napanduri through the Eastern Corridor. The link from Boku to Yendi. Okay? To some over 800 kilometers. Google say Accra to Kumasi Krampo Kwanya distance near.
Yeah, Honorable, I think she made that point. Eka say moye a little over 1,000 kilometers. They have done over 3,000 kilometers from.
And no cre, and no crampo nyano cre, and no crampo nyano cre so my over 3,000. Nature the point I made person say the whole to Accra leg na minister na say omo ye no. Obi Fred Danish Embassy. Time Coca-Cola, Abia Bioma Po. Ochina, Senator is called Danish Embassy. Say, company Akata Lucen. Then time, and sa agreement say, Omo ebe ye the whole to Accra leg no. Amagana no. Then time na side discussion will take place. That is one. Two. Whole to Accra leg. Say me since I left office. I'm afraid boy Abaso Ministry of Communications. Me too me nice order. Since I left office. NCA me too me nice order. It's a meteha ene, and I'm not even in Ghana. It's a meteha ene say ho to Accra leg, you know. Yadefa Dodoa, Yadefa Adenta, Yadefa Madina, Ebe Lande wo NCA headquarters. And the fee honor Ebe Lande or National Data Center is a parliament. It's unfortunate I have to mention some of these details because ideally these are national security issues that you don't have to mention.
Okay.
I'm just wondering how the MPP come by some of these conclusions. Look, there is nothing wrong, say, project things are also now your maintenance be and as a BB. There's nothing wrong. But if the vice president and Edinsa Ebobone Bose Onoye a digital man, not on yet digital manner. Minister for Communications, Michelle, my vice president, often a Ningwasi Nante. Because really, yeah, Kasakran Puna, not just a minister for communications, no, what you man saying? Vice President, into no, a dear and away. My next step, I'm going to the Accra Digital Center.
Yeah, and the claim there, and it's before the commissioning of that facility, more rente in Konya any computers and the baby guho. Immediately they took over. No, the whole building was empty.
It's unfortunate, say, Minister, Accra Digital Center concept in the Krampuno on TSA. And I'm not surprised. The Accra Digital Center is destined to be a grade A plug and play center. When you build these plug and play centers, okay, se obi eba ababe rentia, and it is a reason here yam for concrete and chiche adainimu. That is one of the reasons. Because obi ebe rentia omodino to suit or no business no interest. Ofi ho ebi after 5 years, after 10 years, obi fu also by den ebe rente. You don't do those permanent structures like ode blocks and money at the baby. That's the first step. The second step, they say, Accra Digital Center was inaugurated on November 2016.
Yes.
It was supposed to be primarily a business process outsourcing center. Business process outsourcing, anything. Business process outsourcing, typical example, need be medical transcription.
International say you did not need furnishing in there. Companies everybody do furnishing, baby.
Assuming say be a furnish for Asempa. Asempa knows where they want to put their console, they want to put this, they want to put that. BPO centers, you build the structure, provide all the things that are needed for the place. Now, I'll give you a typical example. Mijidi se wako baby a passport jumano. Assuming say you decide say you the inkunya ebesisi hono. Na passport services na run no. They have a different mind of their own. They will have their own kind of rearrangement or mope. If you want, say obiwu na uja we gapade aban bi fi ona uja we gapade wo de one heavy lifting biao.
Okay.
Omo say 2025 January. Omo ebe inherited Accra Digital Center from the Mahama government. Omo inherited data center, National Data Center from the NDC. Eastern Corridor Fiber from us. NCA headquarters na isi hono. Omo inherited from us. Metro Fiber. Offer 4G. Unim say 4G.
Yeah, but
President Mahama ankasa. Nabain.
Honorable,
physically it deploy 4G in Ghana.
Honorable.
Yeah, man.
Honorable, but what
4G, President Mahama ankasa ban it deploy, And no na ube wunse national security for gota phone, gota any other no.
Okay. Honorable.
Beyond that.
Hello, Honorable, but what
Obi.
Because of Yemren, I think the two main issues are now responded to. No, you've done just that.
Just 1 minute, Obi.
30 seconds.
May the National Cathedral are on the 6th of March. President Kufuor about me commission. That was 30 seconds. Intino Obi MPP and that NDC what the robust digitalization you handing over ma enunti ma Oslowusu minister Efreme enemy deputy ministers and confirm no mo ye adwuma eda ya se Ministry of Communication. You can Google this. DNA captured it. Omo mi so omo ho say omo esi aban mu in January 2025 no. Omo handing over similar investments at the NDC now. The answer is a big no. They should be grateful. They should stop being ungrateful. The ungratefulness now by me demonstrating. I'm very surprised.
Many you are taking stray bullets about too much. I don't know why. But yeah, that's it. Nyame adu na oba bedua. You best say atu come to be Dr. Manebuama and Motene, kind of former communications minister. Kofi I mean, you seem to have.
You haven't even welcomed us.
I was here, Shasi and Temen, and Yemreneko. Inti, Medda the Munina, Aquaba Munina, Yen Twasso. Emma Boomfoot, because you see,
I did be Koswa. Last time I buy me kind. No, any crime, I'm in fan, Chiama, Madame Vicky Osuansa, Canada for chairperson.
Okay.
And then a bad boy, Alexander Nana Kufia Seda Oseusu. Dino aka
Nana Kofi Aseda Osei.
Wow. Aka Kofi Lion within the 8th birthday.
Mamin Fanch.
8 years, your friend Kofi Lion.
Madam Vicky Neneba. Anopay. I say, crowd, there's some who are 12 p.m.
Yeah.
And I'm in chair MPP US or buyer from Pony or more Macan. I'm in chair. Obi, you see, this fiber optic issue. I think say ye be pemre pan near the home common because Obianka say NDC near fiber optic. The issue is why na ye do. The data is there. Some komo we are aba. But you see, ade bia ne omane bo amaye. Wo frɛ no say obeka, wo frɛ say obeka esla usu asemo a waka. But you see how conveniently he used the opportunity to attack Baumia. Edi kan wa se Baumia dream na what nam na all claim data digitalization na dream as in he's corrupt for claiming digitalization say ono na digitalization ba me pa cho obi anye bia Baumia gina ba bia ka se ono de digitalization ba Ghana what tear free Baumia no da so ono de digitalization ba Ghana. He's never said that. Omani Buama, let me help you. So won't teen so more free or can't first one natural. Or monsan fro no more educate you. What Baumia has said, ne say, Abai biaba or focus. Or no oba no, nanado danko kufuado catch them and say, there was systematic challenges. In fact, what kind of vision statement na okawum. Na sa systematic challenges no on hwe kwan ya obetime de abefo kwan ya den asesa sa na ema no wan kasa on de abefo ba Ghana. Baumia has never said that. It's like aban bi ba no ka say me be champion agriculture. Ne a friend say agriculture man. Does that mean so on the agriculture by? This simple logic is even lost on you. The effrontery of you to call somebody dream. Omania Buama, we have your history in this country.
Abutre.
No. Your friend will know Esla na kanasem. You come and talk about Esla na mebua. But they have a penchant to say every opportunity be on Benya Biana, so mudidi Baumiatem. Unum, okay, was see. Baumia is an embarrassment. Okay, me try to her. Baumia is an embarrassment. What has Baumia got to do with this? Now, Omanibuama, let me educate you. Now, digitalization now why Minister of Communication? Who crowd him history of digitalization of in this country? Mame educate you. Obi mame kind ade we intro. Obi a wotie me bia onko NITA for website. Yes. The National Information Technology Agency is a public service institution established by Act 771 in 2008 as the ICT policy implementing arm of the Ministry of Communication. 2007 when I know your man penny. 2008 when I know your man penny. Eti when pona ye betimi aka say or establish an agency to serve as the ICT arm or the digital arm of the Ministry of Communication. Why? This is the NITA Act. Enti enya President Mahama Mpo and enya President Mills and enya President Akufo Addo and ye kase digitalization and ICT a o she mu kana wo Ghana ha President Akufo
no but NITA there were
exactly
but Esla took us through the history.
Exactly. So who imagine ha e credit President Mahama. So no na be share ICT mu fapem abe ni yie wo man mu. Where because who problem are on only problem or the friend say Baumia take you undue credit. But who buy no now so Mahama be take you undue credit. Where is your credibility, Omani Buama?
Scramble for credit.
Where is your credibility? Now, let me read something to you. This is Modern Ghana. Date no August 14th, 2007. President Kufuor performs ceremony to begin work on broadband project. President John Agyekum Kufuor on Monday performed the ceremony to mark the formal commencement on the $70 million landmark National Communications Backbone Transmission Project to provide broadband for countrywide deployment of ICT. Why? 2007. Now what man boy man now he. Now President Mahama no he. Minsan kan for French though. Let me read it to you. We also ye Ghana web the same President Kufuor na internet
FM was a phenomenal president. Never. We got President Kufuor.
President. Government will proceed. May a screenshot no. This is this is 2003.
Okay.
2003 Ghana web story.
As far back as 2003.
As far back as 2003. And a story by Ghana web. Government would proceed with the creation of fiber optic backbone for the communications industry to facilitate fair competition among service providers. 2003 President Kufuor.
2 years into his administration.
History. Exactly. Who mane boa me? Who be gina ha na who be gi credit ama John Dramani Mahama no. Why any femu de? No doubt about it. But say who be free asopa Mahmoud Baumia so onye credible. No ye dream or ye embarrassment. Who ankasa na ye embarrassment o mane boa ma. Because you don't even know the history of fiber optics in this country as a former minister. Now, lastly, he made another ridiculous statement. Say, aben bi banu jawa japadia. Eya, o kan bibi kan ho na den.
Me money bonia.
Me money. Ye kan obi obo bonia ya.
Enyini
bonia. Ye kan obi awoye bonia ya o Ghana ha. NDC aban hwa ne chen no. President Kufuor the oil buy ye mo se ya dwongo. Urefi. Mo se ya dwongo enso mra mo ka mo highest GDP growth. 14% I think okay 2011.
Yeah, 2011.
At the end of the buy oil. Wo now you minister saying that time. Wo kai bonia ye. O mane boama. Wo kai bonia ye. And now kai President Kufuor mpo bo na ba so say eja wo na akofa oil buy mu claim credit. Some mo na mo did the best. At that time near see Ghana is the highest fastest
growing economy
in the world. You took credit for it. Met me amount so many examples of a near man ma befa credit for even now no say me ba ha making kind a circle interchange. Me catch you say 1996 and a President Rollins starting home project and home nkrata asem any feasibility na President Kufuor beto so and so ma for circle interchange go and read the 2005 budget in the Hazard. It tells you, man, President Kufuor reading no or can say, ye ba be ye feasibility studies now. A idea President Rollins starting in 1996. More for credit. Question memoir Sherry Ayite at the core Parliament 2014 August 12 2014. Now all credit President Milsa or no di Ridge Hospital ye or koji hu busiani adie nyina ba ye. I know all in the memo. And so then you can't reach hospital. You bought President Milsidin. Even though I NDC, you know, but he deserves some credit. You don't credit him. Pokwasi interchange. President Kufuor started awoshi Pokwasi. At the interchange, ne can hona President Mills and kasa ne beye Pokwasi awoshi stretch no. What is it? Omubo ni dinda. They always take credit. Say Pokwasi interchange. Yen started yen say. So when we are talking about credibility, see a putu eniyama mumpo ma credit to President Mahama and pass the credibility test. Terminal 3 amu take credit for, and then I can say yebe upgrade Kotoka Airport. Obi woti say yebe upgrade Kotoka Airport. Not President Mahama or your president. And so why you be take credit for? Well, in fact, why who free abemuno? Terminal 3 was 33% complete. Yeah. Oh yes, it wasn't completed. Terminal 3 was completed October 2018.
At least
And that's
the last
Cecilia
time, I interviewed Cecilia Dapa,
Yes.
I asked her that question. Say, when they took over, no, at what stage in terminal 3 ever?
Who handed over to
NDC?
No, which minister?
No.
Mahama did.
No. Oka Aviation Ministry. No.
Okay,
and
yeah.
Mahama.
Ada?
No, Ada is MPP.
No, Ada is
Mika
MPP.
and NDC.
I don't remember the minister.
No, says na aviation, eka transport.
Transport.
It is
Jifa.
Jifa
No, when
ne.
Jifa was fired, somebody came.
Yeah, when Jifa was fired, who came? Yeah, somebody came.
No,
yeah.
I'm saying this to make a point. Ghana statistics differ, and they
Depend on who is in power. I get you.
Okay,
I
that's
get
fine.
you.
The point that I'm making is, no, we credit President Mahama for it, and rightfully so. Because on the Kope Sikani and the other buy. But even the completion pon, obi ne betro so my ye. But and what Jenny Susu Yampon, no, I did buy it. Because upgrade of Kumasi Airport, upgrade of Kotoka, and man penny for bebre, I drink home, now beto no aye. Tis all better now beka credibility as some near the Japadia Jawa. Sasam now can tansano, you bet me the abort President Mahama. That's the point that I'm making.
Kofi Medase, I think your point is well made. Atik Mohammed, Mamintio. I mean, this conversation, no, I don't know if you want to.
No, just quickly because
put something
I think I want to focus on other issues.
Okay, no problem.
But Nidi Kamamicha Gamaga Fonina.
Omojo also.
Namincha me MC. Only mo MC.
Me MC. Me MC Nansan yo change no. Or no put away DC.
There's one number. Me MC, you know, he's at Post and Obuijuma.
Oh, okay.
The MC for Amasaman, Ora Clement Wilkinson.
Oh, Wilkinson.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
The name you
yeah.
made me chow.
Yeah.
MC, me that's a Chrome MC.
And me Chrome the other make us a change, no. But Ablekuma West do moon change. Ablekuma West do moon change.
Oh, no, as
far back as 2000.
Yeah.
Into Maminchano and
okay.
Having said so, media Miraho and Ariel Hua and at the basis of Maria Horn say now Ghana, these two political parties are scrambling for credit. Mediocrity. Oh, me na Mr. T we now to us we kakra me baby. That is where our development discourse has got to.
Nanya the nature of competitive politics. Because you have to go for an election. You should tell people what you've done.
You should be competing over major projects. You should be competing over life transforming projects.
But laying fiber optics is a major project.
Now they are scrambling over who has done what with respect to that project.
Yes.
Anka obis fiber optics no obiswaba. Nansay in other jurisdictions, cloud computing, that is what is in vogue. People are storing data in the cloud. Says here we are still talking about having these things in data centers.
No, but the minister says when they took over, NDC are building the national data center. What they did was the cloud overlay. They've done the cloud overlay.
Okay.
Yeah, this time. Yes.
But the point I'm just seeking to make is that sometimes ye on common is like, oh, ye kakra, misumi ye kakra, and between the two of us, who should take the credit? When there are so many other things that have been left undone. Ghana, look, Nyoma essay edoso. Nyoma ye here or Ghana edoso, and that is what the focus of our conversation should be. But this scramble for credit, we are inching towards elections. But sometimes, maybe when Ura Jomama say these attempts to compare achievements is sometimes
a
an
recipe for mediocrity.
At the time, I misunderstood him, and I need to admit that on this show. I was like, if you don't compare, how do you know who is better? But I think he understood the kind of comparison or Maimu. Ora Jomahama.
Okay. Yeah, at the time as running mate
in
to
2007.
Yeah, 2007.
And I feel at the time we didn't situate his comment in the proper context. Yeah, we felt all comparisons. But sometimes petty comparisons, you laid just 2 kilometers, me 5 kilometers. Look, there are a lot of villages in this country. Yet we are all shamefully scrambling for credit over Adia that hasn't covered the whole Ghana.
100% penetration.
That's the point. Oh, and this Minamiezi. And I felt when Omani called, he was making to make specific direct interventions. But AB and Nippon briefing before he made the call, now I'm briefing here. So at the point he was fishing for things to say. Because as tribulars are Odiko War, Ura Mahmoud Baumia, Mijun Hamitias here. Ezra never can ask him. Who will be kafa ni okan no? If you disagree with her, be specific. Oh, say anything no kan meaning in yaji. I was expecting say Ezra said something and I felt scandalized. Say omurenti computers need chairs to go do inauguration. I found it very scandalous. And
how is that even possible?
What has here? Because and later in the course of the interrogation, was you ABI or being a BUI? I was like, this is inconsistent. What has here? Your story is becoming inconsistent. You were emphatic when you said, say, omurenti kunyane computers and a inauguration. Have who sabisan to be short and your kind and one kind. Was you ABI or mukono BUI? I mean, what has here? And I felt he was even going to speak to some of those issues, but. Just doing this rigmarole and dancing in circles, I think say I'm more on Rankasa. But I feel say when it comes to the ICT space, Ghana, there's so much that is still unexplored.
Yeah.
What is it? And many as I say, there is so much we can do as a country. Ghana has our potential. No? We just need to make sure that we do the right investments, build the needed skill set, so that we can begin to exploit some of these opportunities in these areas. What is here? And memory, machine learning, AI, and it's even strange. In our universities in Ghana,
the courses,
we are still focused on learning Greek mythology when we should be teaching people things about AI.
Yeah, that's your information studies. You remember information
studies? Archival studies. With all due respect to information studies graduates. With all due respect. I mean, this is something that can be. So, what I say? The name was just changed from archival studies to
information studies. Hey, but I want to say it was like the ASO those times. Hey, information.
Until you start the course, now people say, sorry. And your course, I should be excited about. What I feel, say, baby, look, the world is racing.
Yeah.
You group and Pensubia. Now, the leading courses, I'm not saying other courses don't matter, but there is that shift in focus from regular traditional courses to courses that are trendy, like AI,
data analytics,
machine
learning,
what you say,
robotics,
that cloud computing. These are the things that, and Sebi, Mr. Emeka, Okoye University, Bebre na are not doing these courses. First, they themselves lack the capacity. They lack the capacity.
To say Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Omuni excuse.
University. I told you maybe some who said.
Bonsu.
No, that's not true.
No, credit
Science and Technology.
Nkrumah set it up for specific reasons. Look, the man envisioned what would happen in 50, 60 years. And Ghana needs to be prepared. And we need to have a university that would science and technology. 50 years ago, how popular was the term technology? But Nkrumah Jinho, I said, look, we need to have a science and technology university. This is
more humanities courses.
Social work. Sociology.
Oh, that's social work.
All the humanities, they do everything.
No, social work, I'm not sure.
Sociology. They do sociology.
Sociology, fine. But social work could be strange.
They do. Why, how is it not sociology not strange anymore? Who is supposed to be doing science and technology? Sociology and na social work never. And look, law says here those other courses have taken precedence. When was the last time you heard say, oh, tech graduates or mu ye bibi sronku like courses and name courses are AI. AI should be a course that is taught in tech.
It should be the main course.
It should actually be. And no machine learning,
But the universities also are set up to run like businesses. At the end of the day.
But who told you AI wouldn't be?
Hold on. A demand. And at the point when
they saw there's no demand for AI
when they saw said OBI per MBA, they started MBA courses. They got the
don't do that.
Now they
don't start a demand.
Why do you shift from your original? You see, university BIA. Yes, at university BIA is for a specific reason.
Sure.
Uko
yes.
Is on environment because now issues of environmental sustainability
is a big deal.
Are invoked. What
I think we say Abanya 9 STEM schools.
Secondary schools.
Yes, in the form of universities in terms of infrastructure.
Okay.
Yes, me Pacho Jackson.
So the idea is to train them
yeah.
from the secondary school.
Yes.
So that when they graduate into university, and you are telling me there's no demand. Until Nkola said Nkola no more STEM courses. No more we are. And then them
I'm not saying that
Ghana for they are paying huge sums of money to do AI business analytics in the universities in the UK. In the UK.
Sure.
And you are telling me there's no demand. If they can pay 20,000-30,000 pounds.
Say at the time of the shift in focus from the sciences to the humanities courses, that was the time in Ghana everybody wanted to do an MBA.
No.
And as a university like that, it was running. They also thought, okay, can we chip it in and see if we can get students? And then it came to law.
It is not
so
for fun.
Something like
buying a subsidized, a subvention universities.
Yes.
It's not for fun. Because when you want to run it like a complete business interest,
yes,
you begin to shift the focus. But Abai who said, look, we set some of these universities up because we have inadequacies in many areas. We have challenges until we set specific universities to train our human resource in those specific areas that we lack human resource.
We are very now you see Abano are expressing a strategy. Abano recognizes say enye ubia ne betimi abeye academic so and until na dey enhance covert I friend saying I baby afraid covert aba it is a covert curriculum aba very advanced, building modern infrastructure to achieve that. And then two, Abine so appreciate you hear that ICT backbone in terms of talent, not just the physical infrastructure and the talent.
Yes.
And into Abine is I see 9 STEM schools. Oko Abomusua.
You are just trying to state STEM schools. We are talking generally about the difficulties with our educational systems, especially tertiary education, trying to keep pace with changing trends in the world.
With modern trends.
But how do you change it if the feeder
is the feeder?
But which
but
point has made already?
The point is that the coherence in policy is say free STEM schools ni pieba.
Then where do they go to? They end up doing sociology.
I think that's where on can.
That's the point.
It has started STEM school, senior high school. Yeah. So the university should begin.
There should be a program to attract
I think that's the point. Vice President's speech.
Okay.
Okay.
No,
because
I think it's fair. It's fair.
He spoke about
a conversation.
For example, that is why he's saying, national service grant. Yes, it's on the approach. Do you know one of the fundamentals in here, or it's on the approach? Because now a lot of the schools are not even producing the quality to match industry. Until now, no assist companies number school and me fan crane directly. So now what's going to happen is
that they don't even run programs that are industry.
Until now the university will have to change.
They will have to change focus.
Because industry comes to take students from university.
Yes, because they are now going to be measured by the number. Because
there were specific rankings for universities for graduate employment. Yes. For example, me call RGU Scotland. The whole Scotland RGU was number 1 for graduate employment, and I think that's what he's talking about. Now, the universities rather than ranking or more research,
those rankings.
Oh, but the number of graduates in Juma immediately after school.
It's the students who fill those forms. And let's not even go there. Obi. I've supervised classes when we're asking them to fill forms. And sometimes there are packages who we are £50 this annual. Why do you think that is? Media, I don't even look
just to inform the ranking.
Absolutely. Which school doesn't want to be ranked well? That's how you get students.
But I think where I agree with you,
my point is
the focus should be holistic. Yes. It is a modern way now. You have STEM schools, but our university should begin to respond to that demand.
That is the point.
And then they are missing here in the conversation.
What I say?
Because and the opposite all robotics were Ghana ha. University I just say private university. I share CNS academic city.
But Obi, the point that I'm making to you is how robotics now. So if there is a demand from the job market, where the university is being measured by that job demand now, the university will be forced to create that curriculum for robotics. But University of Ghana, company directly employ talent for robotics.
But at what point?
What?
At what point Or where do industries go to the university directly say for students?
It is happening all over the world. I think.
No, me what I know.
University of
they
Massachusetts.
come and do shows.
No.
Career fest. The university allows that, but to go to the university and say supply.
No. I think University of Massachusetts. There was a direct link between industry and the university.
It happens all over. Yes. Maybe the answer we are all speaking the same language.
No, the point
I think that the challenge, they said now our university should begin to check what time it is.
And it doesn't take industry coming to the university.
Correct.
For the university to know that trends have changed.
Yeah.
What you must hear? Why? If you are university,
that is one viable option. That's one viable option. Why a university will be forced to do that?
Very well. I think we are all saying the same.
Whether industry goes to a university or not. Universities are academic institutions, which means they do research all the time.
Of course.
And if there's anybody who would know change in employment trends, it should be the universities.
Absolutely.
They don't need industry to tell them.
Absolutely.
What you must hear.
Absolutely.
But
I think I'm not disputing that.
Well,
I'm telling you,
if we are speaking the same
Obi Okroma, any person any madia so mo ye no monye. Any person any madia ye na ye unless BB aforce amaye. That's the point that I'm making.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
On this na yambra issues no so. Where there is tangential now. Besides say on your vice president to be.
Yeah.
And she doesn't legislate fate, and she lives by.
She lives. Her future is in the hands of God.
Everybody's future is in the hands of God. Na ora about me we dey me too for.
I think.
Oh, that way man in
ora about me to
futu na nya papa.
Allow.
I mean nya pa the pro na
I think about to bomb no.
No, me nya
I think 24.
Me there's a open campaign if you really mean to win. Yes. Don't even think about it. Let their future continue to be in the hands of God. Your destiny. That's what the man but you decide your destiny.
Absolutely.
Or about me, decide your destiny.
And you are saying what? Say
he should not. There are choices that are terrible. Or a mistake no confess our choice now.
It includes which ones?
You didn't come on. It's here 40 years. And me assure you about me. Look, you shouldn't make that fatal mistake.
A choice of Esla is fatal.
Did you say that? But I would
he's asking you.
I would assume so.
There's a contest.
Okay. No, I would assume
so. No, he said even he's going to assume so.
I would assume so.
It's fine. He has a right to assume so.
There are options that are more viable.
Okay.
You see, campaign way, there are always two choices: the hard way and the soft way. In fact, the regular way and the highway. You can decide to make choices that give you some temporary populist appeal.
Yeah.
But those are the highways. And there are some, choices.
My topical.
Now, what discussing non-topical? We can be always about to discuss.
Elections are and the forms are be guided by the times.
Yes.
Be guided by a Juma Eda Wanka's a winning and make the right choice. Media a foot and media mount. The eventual decision rests with him.
Yes.
But my advice is that there are uncrophobia who you or more. They will make your work a
difficult.
Bit easier. Difficult is just because you don't have any word appropriate enough to describe your situation. Until you see difficult to know. A bit difficult.
Matiatik Medasi Ekosiisen. Remember lawyer Chuma Bamba. My friend Dr. Nana Anoche. This is the professor Nana Anoche, Brunel University. Osei Obi. Please stop lambasting my KNUSTU. And I say, each course needs an academic development module to enhance the employability of students and their transferable skills, in addition to career consultants. Thank you. And I think those are the things your universities.
We had this conversation, I think 3 or 4 days ago.
Okay.
And we said, look, our educational system needs a complete overhaul. We need to have a national conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, you see, baby to say South Africa, they are keeping pace with changing trends. Until I quite say, more tertiary institutions no airborne more modern because they know what time it is. Cause nibi wa yentimi nyan wagana. I'm for South Africa. No more you be
trendy courses.
Exactly.
And they be a mekase
people
when you
learning mythology of Greece.
And you don't even have to reinvent the wheel, because when you pick the WEF, World Economic Forum, or more future of jobs report,
you can easily tell.
It tells you where the trends are going.
Academic institutions know what time it is.
It tells you.
Research what is it?
Yeah.
What is left or what remains to be done is the political class, the academia, and every other shareholder.
The linkages.
That coherence.
And courses like classics, scrap it. And
completely.
What courses?
Classics.
Classics. Oh, okay.
Madam
classics.
With the Mika, it will be.
But archaeology is still relevant.
Oh, archaeology, anthropology. No, they say they are tilting more towards anthropology than archaeology.
Obi say University of Waterloo University.
That's Canada.
Yeah, yes. It's the brain behind BlackBerry phones.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
From
and
Mark
Oliver Kevo. So Obi, industry still picking graduating students and put. Still pick graduating students and put them on their management trainee programs. A number of my mates entered Stanchart, Maersk, etc. through that route, and it had nothing to do with national service. In the Kevo and
what is he saying?
No, his argument is that industry still
management trainee programs. But I think when you go even through that route, per our laws,
you still have to
do
national service.
No, but I disagree with anybody who can say make national service optional. What do you mean? The government we are spending on you.
Yes.
And initially, Mika said public universities are subvented. We don't pay full cost.
Sure.
Our cost of education at the tertiary level is shared. When I was a student activist, we were even saying, some of our, predecessors betrayed us, and sometimes they are not want to be Haruna and so on. So he signed the, from free, university education to cost shared and so on. So we can't invest in you, and in return, what they say, elsewhere, no, people do. I'm just saying that when we invest in national service, if you read the act,
how you give back to Ghana?
No, when you read the act,
and is that how they give back to Ghana? What are you talking about?
The fact that somebody doesn't implement the scheme well, and the idea of the scheme is bad. No, the act actually calls for military training.
Yes.
In the act, when you read the National Service Act, it actually makes it mandatory to say, or national service. It's mandatory to say military training. That is why we are so undisciplined in this country.
NYSC.
No, it has to
go there first.
You see, the idea is to instill some sense of discipline. Iran is a whole year. Iran. Who graduate, we are 1 year military training. It instills some sense of discipline. Look, our graduates are undisciplined. Because that kind of training.
But you think the discipline you want to instill, when you post a teacher to say I'm futu, say Uncle Chradie or I'm futu, basic school after 1 year, and obedience are discipline.
No, you see, it's a process. When the graduate is taught, say, waking up early. It's a requirement in the job market.
Yeah.
Being respectful, for example, to your colleagues.
Neat.
These are all demands on the job market. But some traits would stay with him.
What of Obia school, level 400? Career fair, company be a career fair. Wakoni omakudin komo. Almost say, send us your CV. By the time I was submitting, a long essay when you're employment, what does that person do?
If every company knows, say these are the laws that subsist in this country, they would know, say, you want to be employed directly without allowing you to go through such training. What has here?
Yes.
Until they would understand that, okay, you may be good enough for us to employ, but in the meantime, we'll make room for you to go do some national service.
What would you rather happen? Say company B was a management trainee program, and some of them do it for 2 years. Say almost immediately after school, enroll you onto a management trainee program for 2 years now. Which one would you come up more thorough for the job?
How many of our graduates are able to get such opportunities?
By that why the national service is not he wants to make it optional. It is a winner opportunity you go.
So I can decide not to even do national service.
Of course.
It's optional.
Yeah.
I mean need training program be also.
Yes.
I mean national service.
Yes.
How about me? What is
now unya adwuma bia
Nothing for you.
na say won national service na obenya
Nothing
allowance kakra
and you be an person allowance because the juma obi wa the posting here kurasi bi on person call and the person doesn't care about the allowance you give.
Okay.
What is here? Intermediate.
We need a whole conversation on that.
If there are some innovative ideas about making our national service scheme no better,
Very well.
I am all for it.
Very
but
well.
to say let's make it optional, no. Then we might as well we need to either amend or repeal the act.
Okay.
Now be a bra after school.
Mamintie lawyer Chum Berema, but I've gotten some very, very interesting input into Nkomoa Yedi. We say Obi kindly inform Atik that every summer the University of Dundee organizes an exhibition where industry leaders like the Chamber of Commerce, etc., are invited for a conversation with the academia about the performance of students on the job and the innovations they are looking for in future students. So in effect, they don't produce students in isolation. They train them based on the demands of the job market. And it's exactly what Baumia is talking about. Angelo and Onuduwe, about Angelo Yedase, Papa. We say, Obi, good evening to you and to your panelists in the studio. Now, CK Tadem University of Technology and Applied Sciences is a STEM university in Ghana. I'm currently doing my master's in applied statistics in economic statistics, in my MSc and a top up in applied statistics in data science as my MPhil. Kwesi Barcelona, aka Bon Katamansu BMW, and we went to CK Tadem University of Technology and Applied Sciences. That's an interesting one. We say Obi, I started work today. Okay, I'll come back to that.
But CK is a standalone university now.
Oh, okay. And you're under UDS bill. And you're under UDS.
Most of them,
they just converted.
Okay, okay, very well. Lawyer Chum, me pacho dear over 2 years.
Obi, my mini kaima me colleague lawyer ba some article ekwe. And then birthday to me, wish him a very happy birthday.
Okay.
He's one of the hard-working lawyers for the NDC. Almost every legal program, and the key coordinators or organizers, you can take Atukwe out. He'll be buzzing you with messages and won't go grab and then birthday, let me wish him God's blessings and everything. I'm saying that you're sweet off kakra. Your main topic is I don't even know whether we can even go through it, but on the no problem. We'll be better as anyway, so the whole thing about Mammy, I'm starting to notice that my and some person can want but I the issue of crediting. So BIB now Safatabas body Obi. You see, we are here today because of Namabi sometimes you see our baby. I'm a very simple example. N1 highway, one of the people who buy.
Kufo.
One of the one.
At the Mills, yes.
When President Mills finished that job or commission, then
Otun Safre
Kufo, Nina Malam Johnson said, then that end of Umi no could now I chemu, Umi about what's Umi couldn't talk about to credit in 181 anyway. And what's all I say a man more a to us. A trust will be the baby. No be so at was of you. But he said, you'll be, not you be so. And this will be for me, baby, and will be never to us. Indeed, yet I casani. And one may see warm hammer pencil and emphasis on our manner pencil. It be PM the new government in 2017 or from 2017 onwards. Saran and names and what be Zina. And one emphasis, dear, no, let's even take this IMF policy in question. A 3-year policy, some memoir, Mebana. And the baby is somewhere
2025, barring any further extension.
2026. Money crab about 2026.
Okay.
So 2026, 2027. So the new government now. It is in fact, probably will move a from that policy. That policy, most of the money came.
MPP Betwa.
Most of the money came.
Profited from it.
Scandal don't want under this government from 2017.
Which one are you talking about?
ECF now will be taking over.
So that's here. And I know no sabi dabajo obi. Your body can and no body benaba. But do you know one funny thing? When you piece or budget, you see them giving the credit.
House of Records. They know they call Parliament.
And piece or when budget, they are giving credit to the past government. But all being and what can anything.
I know they're lawyer.
You see,
House of Records. Sure.
Anytime make say, "Obi a ye bi sa," and you be na adiobi. So what I say? So Kufuor the bedroom be President Mekai Yako Commission First Oil 2010 with
2010 December.
2010 December. Yes. I was there.
I was there too.
So what I say? President Moses could do wow. You know him. He will never speak. I want maybe why credit is due. You not say it. If you have you heard anybody bantering about these things? We never win. Say won't be. But like I said, see a kind of sound and naka ye jam to a cassim be anywhere. No, dear Yabon, a be bamun say. As will be obit me come and yet say, as I made them bad, the minute the numbers going for so. And so be a man side of Obi. And for that reason, you hear the other side coming up. Nemo say, yeah, and the United to say, the Mekai say you could do parliament. No, you come budget and but the House of Records in tea. No, your mad credit to whom credit is due. Your mad figures in your way, but 2 way saying, I'm out to me can win some of personality area. And a credit like we got for the woman's psychiatry. Ready, I think an article, I mean, interview mentioned a man 20. But the article can say, Ubusan is it true? Kunyano was it?
Rent furniture and any computers, just for the commissioning. Because I say after commissioning, or more take it over, more coin the place was empty.
And I was pushing you,
and then Busan say, hey, no, you sure say, because now just 2 months.
Exactly.
You know, see a bit my possible. Say, so a man current it will be baby, we are, will be best side.
Order.
Oh, my God.
Security.
Say, I program so
security.
Sure.
Into about saying anything, maybe as anyone. If say, you ever said argument in the process happens.
Now, sir, I was also on Busa say, a band say now, or mu take you over Nashini.
I mean, I don't know what anybody can bet you. Say, I didn't say the net and this tea and say, you created number to Miss Obana Power, Obeshemua.
Now, I configure to suit you.
My officer, I'm sanity. Obi na sin dan kakra no the amount and institution be abaje and on one configure to suit say a fitty I mean workers or people who want those places at their offices. Simplicity. I mean I don't see why we should be going back and forth with these matters. Now to the issue of programs that are being run with our universities or tertiary institutions now. Obi, check. Years back, I worked University of Law and the Coventry. In fact, now I'm a student in Coventry University.
Okay.
So sometimes now we have an opportunity to call board of study meeting. Now board of study meeting that one you discuss only academic issues. It's let's your first semester exams net abba. Exams number you can say
results.
Yeah, abba, and nobody not chino performance. You see them discussing it there. So lecture be more students be a failure on let's say be a English legal system. Let's say be a student to do failure. Why? What are they supposed to do to change? Then that's, I mean that is where they discuss all these things. Because I want student leaders, plus the academic the various department heads and the baby share more discuss them what the question. Yeah, check. Shamo does be another be a course be an do we still need them today? And you convoke other one in Mississippi, better than who be in the and as Atik said, I said that view. Which institutions does more research than our tertiary institutions?
That's what they are set up to do. Part of Omojuma research.
And they know what is happening now. They know what is happening now. Okay? In the UK, for instance, you get law firms picking you, sponsoring you to do your either your bar course or your legal practice course, and then come and work with them. And so woman area was Obi, they exactly woman area was they tell you law firm be our specialized areas. So who that university as University of Law now who could do you must do that one specialized areas now one and then that's okay. It's maybe some specialized areas maybe commercial law, IT practice, and I said, BB, anything that they are doing then, and no, now students which are all good. Yet, they and name one is in the ya, Obi, Nipani Pieba Bontia, Sabi Sabita Jampani anymore. Listen, if I saw. All right. Obi, you know this thing now. As I'm here, as I'm
psychology and history. In some countries, psychology, yes, you mean. But Ghana, psychology and history.
Clinical psychology.
Demand for clinical
psychology. You're more Ghana Psychologist Association.
No, I'm not disputing. I'm talking about if you are producing 50,000.
Ghana, Nipadudu was saying anything call for therapy sessions in this country. No, go to
you can't even pay.
When the Bampona will watch it,
as a career,
issues on the number one of discuss.
How many graduates do we get in a year, in an academic year? From that, July,
yeah, conservative estimates for even the public universities, no, in excess of 250,000 every year. Look at 250,000. That's conservative estimate.
KNUST alone graduated 17,000
1 year. It's crazy.
Okay, so let's even take it 200,000. You can't even 200,000. Wouldn't anybody and yet. I mean,
enough to cause.
Oh, now of course.
What does it?
Yes. About 40,000.
What does it? A huge number. Not when we never be school number. Or be finance, or be marketing. Venture, where the marketing venture. Another modular. Obi.
Me marketing masters level.
Ghana marketers in the doors.
It's morning
and memory. Obi, digital marketing is the way to go.
Sure.
And we don't even have
no, that be UGBS. UGBS were models.
Obi, when
oh, now so now. Country, consumer goods. Info. Now Ghana so be set your business. Some of your big businesses in Ghana, your consumer goods.
I don't know.
Okay, let me clarify. I didn't do market. I did marketing as a model under corporate communication.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then what you did is MBA.
Yes, under corporate communication.
So not as a whole, but just a model.
No, yes.
And then you are part of
the master's programs in
but Obi, when you can but on a more serious note, there are some degrees or programs I run with universities now. Sabi, higher money be or can be unemployment now also. I'm telling you.
Your dog lawyer madam for machine learning. University.
Ghana
to do machine learning. Even data science crown.
What does it? Difficult. And we need to
that's an academic city for no more that program. And
it's difficult.
Nobody a private
university.
Yeah, or mine the na do na pese omoko. We 10 students down to see our potential for university.
Now, but I say mama yenye fair to the university because you see, based on the national tertiary accreditation for tertiary schools.
Yeah, is it NACA or something?
Yeah, unim says NACA. I say NTech something.
Council,
yes.
Okay.
Unim says to be a lecturer at the university, you should have a PhD.
Of course, yes.
How many Ghanaians they will PhD in aerobics, in robotics? How many? Make us a bit
No.
You have no idea. And in specialized areas like AI,
I think we have to talk about that as
well. Even the medical union is one big problem.
If we come with the issue of demand, then the demand, anytime anybody raises issue of demand, must make can say. I didn't know for us, but I was the demand. One said, "No radio started. Now just ready go." Even it was even GBC. GBC, but who thought that Nebenya can over 30 or so?
Over 60 radio stations.
I can't go about 60. Can you
over?
You see, So what I say, why do you think they are creating more? Because they know that the demand is there.
Maybe
I know.
Bebre na create your whole name.
I know that. But the way can say, and second demand didn't work. If you can just really good. I hear the first private radio station. And also, I can GBC now be a young granny can GBC.
You have a point, but the demand has peaked at a point.
Yeah. What does it? So, media and say, what Ufra did not see. I want you, my baby. Yeah, can you imagine what is that? Some more starting model, and say, be a AI. I won't agree. I mean, today,
but I mean, put a lawyer. Said the more can universities no are research institutions. The air can do you people think say easy to do is uncommon?
Yes, you need a political elite to say, look, courses are moving. We need you to come up with courses that are at pace
modern
with modernity.
Yes,
what is it?
Yes.
And Omuno, look, with the Uka, one day now, because look, our investing councils, they know some of these things, but they don't take it's not like they don't have that agency.
Yeah.
They do have agency, but the point is that they need Obia or Bem because look, this is the direction I want you guys to go. You have my political backing. Because Nina comes with cost.
Yes.
Some of these programs would need new computer labs.
Absolutely.
And the rest of it. And see, the universities may well be aware, say, but you need Obia Obeka look, my focus is technology.
Do it, and then I'll give you. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. That overarching policy, a bit trickle down. No, that's what is. That was seems to be missing.
Not ye who say the universities no take steps.
Seek them.
One more. Say a person.
Some of the courses are really interesting.
So what I say now they are taking that step.
Sure.
You know that we should be taking my but I mean the relatives say one of the kids say back anything science, anything technology. Kawaman number one.
So they are graduating more humanities graduates.
What I say, Entino Kawaman also know at that direction is almost to take it. Maybe I say council no I decided to say and maybe say maybe in the next 5 years, the next 10 years, there's the direction they want to go, and they are calling for this support from government. One more munis as investing, so that's what they have on the table. One more people be so at the idea on some of the year. We need to be seeing this things. Because Obi. And even lawyers there are so many specialties and lawyers are specializing in so many things every now and then. Every now and then. And yes, I will translate
lawyers because it's in the US. It's in the US there are softwares and computer programming. You can go on there, narrate
your case.
Now
more suggestions.
And more suggestion. More cases. What's I refer to? I'm a BBL. Legal consultancy for.
And then you are that have been permitted to use ChatGPT.
Charlie.
So just any man than you want to say Obi and once PD upon fan maybe and come one. Now where's old system now mudia.
Our graduates will not become competitive. I think we should get out of, because when you go to even here in Africa, what the Kenyans and the Rwandese are doing, Charlie,
you have no idea.
It's unbelievable. And I think we have to. We have to.
That political will to start it. Eddie can I mean with the rounder.
Yeah.
You may have your issues against what your friends say.
Human rights records.
Yeah, but
you see
they were colleague lawyer be or am tani dinkumo. O mama hon say we be meet over some office. Ma come say gumbuse for about 20 minutes
and I think Ghana and Podier, we have a competitive advantage in that. I mean, see, as already the whole Africa stable electricity that is Ghana. In terms of electricity, peace and everything, Ghana.
Yeah,
in terms of even access to electricity, we are in the top 2 or top 3. You know, I saw a data na say internet speed. Ghana is number 1 in Africa. Internet speed. At least we just need to.
Even electricity penetration.
Oh yeah, we are. 83%. Yeah, we are 83. I think we went to 84. We went to 84. We are just behind South Africa, electricity penetration. But in terms of electricity stability, there we are number 1 in Africa. Internet speed. Omanya issues and I think we have the basis to.
On my back when and the BM issues with electricity in Nigeria. Obi, if you know them and how the animal move, Now we make some more light problem. It just baffles your mind.
And Nigeria, access to electricity, they are still under 50%.
That's the point.
In the 50% of the population need access to electricity. It's crazy.
No,
and it's unbelievable.
You can go to some states.
They don't even have the electricity.
They don't have you can go to some states. Some communities.
Yeah.
Obi, it's not confirmed for the past 10 years. Wow. I'm telling you, message.
No, it's all about leadership. Everything.
So what there? Now, on my own, I'm supply to go Benin Ghana gas. See, even power plants. Who was in Kenya? Can you imagine this?
Nigeria, another level, Charlie. It's another. And sometimes when I peruse data now, I'm like, hey, Africa, it's terrible because countries are or more electricity penetration, 50% and below. You know 10 in Africa. Yeah. All the rest are under 50%. Even when you go to
how do you expect us to compete?
Charlie, when you go to Burkina Faso, now say fly Ababelando or Wagadugu airport, you'd weep. The whole country is pitch dark. The whole country. Baby, Obi who kania kakra ya capital no airport no kakra na who kania. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Economic crunch in the buy 2023.
Yeah.
And youth need be coup d'etat. Now with it's like it's born out of ignorance. Because yes, there were challenges, but there I might be go through. You may not want to reverse against now. Why then? When you're not
Asempa FM.
When would they make sure?
I mean, we're not doing badly in the context of Africa.
In the context of Africa,
we feel when we say.
Potential.
We feel that we have even much
huge
more
potential.
But that feeling, and no, so for be there, I did to the page. I wish I could mention his name. Young pastor, I will say, the feeling say Echina and Adachi, you will be better. So one control that feeling now.
Obe destroyed your OCC.
Destroyed the OCC.
Yeah.
No, me, I feel say when you begin to settle for
it's not
mediocrity.
Not mediocrity
for
lesser gains. One day you become very comfortable.
But that's not the case here. I think we have a system that allows you to criticize and demand for the best. But to say, let's destroy that system.
Oh no.
I don't know, make
because some expectations have not been met. You know? That's where the challenge is.
That's what I'm saying.
To be honest with you,
that's what I'm saying.
Yes, you won't be anywhere. But to be very honest with you, I mean, say. Idea pleasant to say any rational thinking human being will call for it.
Some jokes
because idea Obi, no matter how bad we are feeling today, idea bamwa you can't predict what will happen even the next 20 minutes.
Who Nipana will call it for?
You might not just yes, we may be experiencing bad governance, but I know any option.
Yeah.
Coup is never an option to any country.
But Yedin come earlier on national service. Broja Jemfi came through with something. See, Obi, this is the National Service Act 426 on exemption. I've consistently drawn your attention to the fact that what Baumia is proposing is already catered for under the Act. On exemption, or say.
No, the exemption is different from deliberately.
Saying optional. Exemption is a bit different from it being optional.
You are still obliged to do it, but
granted some amnesty be of a sort. But even that one, when the amnesty is over, you still have to come and do it before to satisfy. So the exemption might not be. And you say the board may exempt any person to whom the scheme applies from compliance with the provisions of this act, or postpone the date on which any person shall be first engaged under the scheme.
Then it's possible that you have to even apply to the board for that exemption.
For the exemption, sure.
There's no
the board has to grant it.
So that's
I know a bit different from it being optional. Broja, thank you for your input. We can do 555 billion. Sorry,
is it official?
Election day.
2024.
I
no,
for this
election. It's still 7.
Yes, it is going to be 7.
Fundamentally,
yes.
I do not see why we want to change.
Is the Christian
for this year?
No, for every other election year. I don't know why.
Is it because it falls on a Saturday?
Transition.
No, why? We've voted on a Friday before. If we are
all the days,
all the days
in the.
If we are saying, say, on a Saturday, it affects a certain religious group. If we are saying, say, on a Saturday, it affects a certain religious group. If we are saying, say, on a Saturday, it affects a certain religious group. If we are saying, say, on a Saturday, it affects a certain religious group. What is here? Until yeah, mom. I mean, we should change the date.
Yeah.
What if you change it to November 7th and the next one is on a Friday?
They were saying said they want the second Tuesday.
And that is why the focus was not on a date, but on a day.
They said
the discussion is centered on a day, not.
You see, what we need to have a consistent date. If you ask me,
okay.
Why in the US they do 7th November, and is it 24th November?
No, sometimes you can.
7th November, me boy.
Election day.
Yeah,
I think so.
US
I think it's 7th November.
I know it's November.
It's 7th November.
7th November.
It's 7th November.
Okay.
And it has been so. This is an old democracy. Yeah, India. And look, me feel say I like to even think that we got that inspiration from. We got the inspiration of the 7th Nukra even from the US. Maybe we didn't want to have
7th December. Nana.
Yes, we didn't want to have the same date
with America.
7th November 7th until we decide okay, let's go a month ahead. What is it? And it has served us well.
Now,
you only require and demand amendments and changes to a policy and to a law when in the course of implementation you feel say like some policy has not been able to address certain challenges. As far as I recollect, 7th December in Yamposi, any major challenge. I'm yet to be told of any fundamental challenge at 7th December, no, Apposi, for which reason we want to change it. Look, yes, that is every second Tuesday, every second. That is, we might be opening the Pandora's box, because that date is not definite. Second Tuesday. What if second Tuesday and something happens and look, let's stick to what we have. It has served us well. And I've heard people say, when you bring it back, it allows people to prepare to take over and as if. But remind you, if you bring it back, it would also allow Sebi, an unreasonable exiting president, to mess the economy up before he leaves.
With that 2 months window, no, Benjamin.
Now, we've had that.
You're still president.
No, we've had that experience.
A bonnet truck 2 months, not going to
and the 7th January, Bebano. Now I say,
I see your point. What you don't want to give too much
room to the exiting president, especially if he's irate. Because he lost an election. Once a new man wicked over now 2 months. Somebody can collapse an economy in 2 months.
ECG staff shooting over 10,000. Cocoa nipa be 50,000.
What is it? And he would go and contract people, road contract. Now awarding it. But if you make a mistake, but to judgment that
it should be reasonable also. I mean, if it should be done,
reasonability.
So what is what Master? I'm irate. I'm offended.
You may sign contract
maybe that's my first time. What to and you feel say I should come on. And you'll be an artist.
Yes.
But we have evidence of that in our.
And we've had experiences where people signed certain agreements, did certain things, just even 2-3 days before they exited.
It's true.
So you don't want to give Sarah room, no? And like I've said, if the 7th December has served us well,
now, sir, this policy, what the event is, single spine.
Yeah.
Do you know when it was announced? When the government has lost the elections.
But now negotiations are also.
Yeah, but I mean, proper pronunciation. Anyway,
it's true. Both ways. No, Mama did
some mining lease. I demand December 29th.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
No, but I know they both
sure.
are guilty of this.
Sure.
And I remember the lamentation of because the very minute you announce single span. Once you announce it, Labour knows government
announce it. You have to pay.
And government is a continuum. And MPP.
Sure.
I
remember the MPP also had issues when the NDC had announced national service increment in the allowance and free power. So the NPP were better. You remember?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Until finally, Marty said, and I wanted confirmation from you. Said But me has set up a campaign.
Na sama bobo wa hawante.
And
my men saying go through you. Oh, me how? I mean go through. We exclusive and pay area na me dey share. What we've gathered. And barring any last minute changes. Hold on. And what is making rounds? No, trouble.
Okay. Journalism.
There will be an advisory committee.
Okay.
The president of the republic, Nana Danko Akufo-Addo, is on that committee.
Advisory.
Hold on, yeah.
No,
yes, the advisory committee. Sure. The flag bearer himself. The flag bearer himself, the vice president, is part. John Ajekum Kofo is part. Stephen Intim, the national chairman, is part. Freddie Blay and Mark Menu are also part. Campaign chairman. Utieme. Campaign chairman, Dan Boche.
Campaign chairman?
Yes, Dan Boche. Okay. Ni deputies yemienu. Fred Oware and Nana Komia.
It's not true.
Campaign manager.
Let me defend
Frederick. I want to see a political aid to the vice president.
Oh, Tobo. Me say barring any last minute change. This is the list. Tobo.
Campaign. The real list.
Don't worry. Say we na ye. We mean can say we na ye. The real campaign manager Frederick Opariansa.
Campaign manager?
Yes.
And the campaign manager.
Mr. Campaign chairman.
Campaign manager. Where?
Frederick Opariansa.
No, let's stick to the ban. Let's stick to
what me say. Campaign chairman. Campaign chairman here Damboche.
No.
Campaign manager Frederick Opariansa and the deputies here too.
On two deputies.
Habib Idrisu and Ajay Soa.
Correct.
Operations director.
Correct.
Justin Kodia Frimpong, general secretary. The deputy Henry Nanabuache, national organizer.
Okay.
Fundraising. Nipo be in charge of campaign fundraising. Dr. Alolo. Unim Dr. Alolo. Communications director for the campaign. Dennis Miracle Sabuaje. The deputies no Adomaku Befi. And a lawyer Akbar. And a Krobia Sante in charge of social media. Campaign spokespersons and so ewo.
Now Dennis here.
Oh, Mr. Communicate. Now make us say yes.
Okay.
And your communications director.
And as
spokesperson.
Is this for the party or for the candidate?
Asempa I was okay.
No, the party
for the campaign. Make a candidate to make a campaign.
Uga campaign are mostly from the party level, no more team. And then the candidate.
No, where one. A campaign team. Yeah, consolidated. India consolidated. Idiotic. This list, if it will change, 3% change. No, spokespersons no kujo upon Kroma, Gideon Boakon, Dr. Antoinette Tibudakon, and advisors to the flag bearer, campaign advisors. No?
Okay.
Samia Uku, Anthony Kabo, Kofi Jamesi, Papa Uswankoma, and some other. Campaign logistics. Me say barring any last minute change.
And also change 3%.
Yeah, about 3 4.
So now 97% the air.
Sure.
International and one a decision grade is okay.
I think what problems do you have with this list?
Am I supposed to have problems?
Okay, very well.
I will be now deciding the campaign team. I wish them well.
Into Casa.
Oh, anyways.
What can the last?
Or the DSC now. What the
lawyer Casa now.
Okay. In the moment, Samra, if some decisions have been made, and then no, there is a national executive committee meeting, a national council meeting today, and the leader is expected to present his list to the committee. Who are we talking to? Why are Kasa?
Propose.
Okay, I'm here. I hear some national council. Omoriama press conference.
From the flag bearer and leader of our party, His Excellency, the Vice President Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Baumia.
Coordinating committee.
There were from the flag bearer Also, discussions on His Excellency parliamentary primaries and matters arising out of the parliamentary primaries. There were, without wasting my time, also discussions on parliamentary primaries and matters arising out of the parliamentary primaries. Without wasting my time, I'll zoom in to the campaign committee list that was submitted by the flag bearer of our party and subsequently approved by the National Council of our party. For the 2024 MPP campaign, both presidential and parliamentary, the chairman for the campaign is the flag bearer himself, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia. The vice chairman for the campaign or the coordinating committee will be the vice presidential candidate, which we are yet to select. So the flag bearer is the chairman for the campaign, the chairman for the campaign, the whole campaign. So every committee will report to the flag bearer. Then we will have the national chairman, the former president J. Kufuor, President Nana Akufo-Addo, chairman and members of the National Council of Elders, former national chairman Mr. Freddie Blay, Madam Elizabeth Ohene, Reverend Joyce Ayi, and Madam Akusia Frima Osei Pare as campaign or as members of the campaign advisory committee. The general secretary of the party will be in charge of the campaign operations. And the wings of the party, the volunteer groups, the identifiable groups, the persons with disability desks will all be under operations to be headed by the general secretary and deputized by the national organizer, Henry Nana Boakye. The campaign strategist and campaign chairman, there's a difference between the flag bearer position. Flag bearer is the overall chairman for the campaign coordinating committee. But the campaign chairman and strategist will be Honorable Dambuchi, former general secretary and MP for Okre. The campaign, we have two campaign vice chairpersons, Mr. Fred Owari and Nana Akomia, as the two campaign vice chairpersons. We have Honorable Frederick Opariansa as the campaign manager for the 2024 elections, and he will have 3 deputies. For deputy campaign manager in charge of research and administration is Dr. Antoinette Thibault Darkon. Deputy campaign manager for parliamentary campaign will be Honorable Obi Amwa, MP for Kriapim South. Then deputy campaign manager in charge of presidential campaign will be Dr. Ibrahim Anyas. For electoral affairs committee, it will be headed by Chairman Peter McMenu as the chairman for the electoral affairs committee of campaign 2024. We have national executives, we have regional chairpersons, all being part of the campaign coordinating committee. For senior aides, those who will be moving with the flag bearer and providing various help and assistance will be Engineer Kwabena Ejapon, former presidential aspirant in our party presidential primaries and former general secretary of our party, Mr. Kofi Jamesi, Mr. John Boadu, Dr. Susanna Alu, Mr. Salifu Said, Mr. Samuel Uku, Mr. Anthony Kabu, Dr. Kwesi Nyame Befi, and Ni Ejesoa, the team that will be moving with the flag bearer and providing assistance to him. For identifiable groups, the coordinator will be Honorable Joseph Kujo as coordinator for identifiable groups. For coastal campaign, the coordinator will be Madam Mavis Hawa Kumsen. For Middle Belt campaign, we have Honorable Dr. Ayu Afriye. Then for the Northern Zone campaign, we have Honorable Dominic Nitu as coordinator. The spokesperson for the flag bearer will be Dr. Gideon Buako. For Director of Campaign Communications, we have Dennis Miracles Abuaji as the Director of Campaign Communications, to be assisted by 2 deputies, Mr. Adumako Befi and Akbar Kumeni as the deputies. For social media coordinator, we have Krobia Asante. For research, we have Dr. Isaac Ousumensa. For finance and fundraising, we have Dr. Alolo Mutaka. And for legal matters, we have Honorable Frank Davis. Then diplomatic liaison will be headed by His Excellency Edward Boateng. So in a nutshell, this will be the campaign coordinating committee structure for the new Patriotic Party 2024 elections. But however, let me state that this is not just the total list. As stated by our flag bearer, every polling station executive, every electoral area coordinator, every constituency officer, every regional officer, and every national officer are all part of the campaign. So let's take note. So it's not just these lists that I've mentioned who are going to run the campaign. We have all these people, over 200,000 party executives who are always going to be part of the campaign, alongside various volunteer groups and people who believe that the MPP is the best party to govern the country come December 7th. They are all part of the campaign structure. The other issue that was discussed at NEC and subsequently at National Council has to do with outstanding constituencies that are yet to hold their parliamentary primaries, i.e. Elembele, Equiapim South, Aguna West, and Sunyani East. With respect to Elembele, the party has taken certain decisions, and unfortunately I cannot communicate it now because certain steps have to be taken before we can hold primaries at those constituencies. For Equiapim South, National Executive Committee, the body clothed with the power to govern parliamentary primaries in our party, has cleared the municipal chief executive to contest in the Equiapim South primaries. So he has been added to the list of contestants for the Equiapim South primaries. For Aguna West, the matter is before court, and we leave it for the court to determine the matter before we can take the necessary steps. For Sunyani East, as you are aware, vetting has been done, and for Sunyani East, nomination has been opened and closed, and left with vetting. And once the vetting is done, the elections will come on for Sunyani East. On Yendi, the National Executive Committee took a decision and has given the matter to a 3-member committee to communicate the decision of the National Executive Committee to all interested parties. And once they communicate the matter to them, and whatever decision that has been taken will further be communicated to our friends from the media. But we feel that we need to speak to the parties first before we come out with the decision of the National Executive Committee. Then again, the National Executive Committee also took the opportunity to reiterate that per our rules and regulations, we said that in constituencies where we don't have certain members of parliament, in the rules and regulations, officers were to recuse themselves from their various positions. And after the elections, they will assume their positions. That rule still stands. But in constituencies where certain members of parliament were contesting, officers were supposed to have resigned before contesting. But where in constituencies the sitting member or certain members of parliament did not contest, then the rules of the orphan constituency will apply to officers who contested. So it means that they recused themselves but did not resign. So in such a case, now that we are done with the primaries, those officers can go back and take their positions. So basically, this
Alisa in the at least Mwati officially the campaign committee and as a team for the flag bearer of the NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and a general secretary Nina Atuja. We'll come back to this, God willing, tomorrow. So they kind and say list the kind of two, I mean margin of error plus or minus 3, and you would see say so far no, a lot of them. A lot of oh, nasa we at least information the true journal was very critical. But the new additions na me adma ochina ye de nyina ebebrem. Unfortunately we see didn't come on esi meda menamfofo we ase Kofi Tonto oh, na se sia de is it Obi Monday ni abetra what time na matic we charge no and I think kasa che do what time na matic ya betra man time na matic well noted what time na well noted well noted kasa time well noted.
You see Obi, the last thing I want to say is you see who can say John Mahama called diplomatic call eko ka che almost say ni project bebre aban na abandon.
Yes.
See, lawyer, politics na yen nyina yen from so a yen into. But yeah, na mu create the impression say obi ayebi na obi I say obi take obi credit and now.
Yes.
President Mahama abandoned a lot of projects. Anameboa. He abandoned a lot of projects. But on no bar if you are on your president, we can catch a diplomatic call say obi abandon the projects. I've also given you a list of projects. President Mahama take you full credit for. Why other people credit? And then lastly, lawyer, you see, the Akofa deal when you ban say, Taman Pakadan, President Akufo-Addo aye boy. NDC for number you stole it from John Mahama. Meanwhile, Bosiana e buy no crediting under a certain year.
Okay.
Wo de be ka say, wo bi abo besia dodo. Ye dey share sa nipa nanimu. Wo so we our project. So we all have a collective responsibility.
Very well.
Say ebe nyuna ye nyunu. Ye be shenso
na ya yes.
I won't go jina ba bi so obi abandon project. Why won so abandon for project.
Very well.
And play the role say we holier than everybody. I don't think it helps.
I've never
claimed so.
But Obi in the program no oh, but wakasa. Then I'm kind of and your first the prelims yard by main issues running so
stories.
The issue of EC election date. Yes, I want Babeka, sir.
Omunsano.
Nan can me betra baka to nyade ko. If it's a necessano enya dia wotra wo dem electoral commission. Na waka say was election. Enti nyame adumu a election
me da say council mame na say e betra so next week. Mame fast dama wona oboa Flumal triple action, DBS, Aya Herbal, Power Jet batteries, Cocoa Milk, Obapa products, Kingdom Real Estate, Ecobank Ghana, Provident Insurance, Syntex Tank, Kingdom Herbal, Tabia Herbal, Seahorse Engine Oil, and a Franco